Chapter 328, Volume 7, Chapter 32, Duanmu. Night. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. The little slave girl widened her eyes as she stared at the gold bars that rolled out. Under the dim moonlight, the gold bars were very eye-catching. She had never seen so many gold bars. There are some books and maps in these 3 bags. The main things are the 3 big chests that contain gold. However, there are too many gold bars. 3 chests can't hold all of them. As Tung Ching Shan said this, he poured out the contents of the 3 big chests. The 3 heavy metal chests contained many gold bars, books, and maps. Big Brother Tung, where did these things come from? Li Jun walked over in surprise. The chests are also filled with gold. Yes. As Tung Ching Shan said this, he opened one of the big metal chests. The big gold bars were neatly piled together, filling the entire big metal chest. The 3 big metal chests are all filled with gold. I estimate that the total weight of all the gold is around 30,000 jin. To be precise, it's around 32,000 jin. With Tung Ching Shan's control of strength, his senses were quite accurate. 32,000 jin? Li Jun was slightly surprised. 320,000 taels of gold? To the goddess of the god of Heaven Mountain, 320,000 taels of gold wasn't a lot. In a land of the 9 prefectures, an innate expert could easily earn over 100,000 taels of gold. The status of the goddess was even higher, so her wealth was naturally astonishing. For example, the Gui Yuan sect, which had a lower status than the god of Heaven Mountain, had a gold mine that mined purple gold every month. The value is already terrifying. Therefore, to these super powerful forces, a few 100,000 taels of gold was indeed nothing. However, in the land of the 9 prefectures, who would carry a few big chests of gold to travel? They would all carry banknotes of gold, placing over 30,000 jin of gold in front of them. It was still very shocking. Little blue, little gray, you can't eat this. Tung Ching Shan smiled as he looked at the blue luan and the whole gale eagle. At this moment, the blue luan and the whole gale eagle also widened their eyes as they stared at the gold in front of them. The dazzling gold was quite shocking. Big Brother Tung, you haven't told me where this gold came from. Li Jun hastily asked. The little slave girl also stared at Tung Ching Shan with her big pure eyes. Little Jun, Tung Ching Shan said, previously, when we arrived at that island, the Chunshin clan, who had annihilated the Lu clan of the Dark Steel River, had just boarded a ship and left. Their warships are big, so their speed is slower than our tungsten wood vessel on the sea. And now, the Chunshin clan is only a few li away from us. Just now I also went up for a stroll, Tung Ching Shan said. Li Jun was suddenly enlightened. Yes. I reckon that the Chunshin clan has just moved away the wealth that the Dark Steel River's Lu clan had hidden for many years. Li Jun nodded. However, I heard from Little Ping that the Dark Steel River's Lu clan was defeated. Don't tell me that all the clans that can contend for hegemony only have so little wealth. 320,000 gold taels. Even to the Gui Yuan sect, it was nothing. The value of gold in the northern sea continent should be different from ours. Tung Ching Shan smiled. Moreover, under my threat, the Chunshin clan probably won't hand over all their gold. However, they also don't dare to hide too much. After all, they're afraid of being discovered by me, afraid that I will kill them all in a fit of anger. Just as he finished speaking, Uncle, did you kill those people? The little slave girl hastily shouted. Her crisp voice caused one's heart to palpitate in the dark night. Do you want them to die? Tung Ching Shan curiously looked at the little slave girl called Little Ping. The little slave girl bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she said in a low voice, I only have one servant on this island. Sister Ah Fong was the one who treated me the best. She was my favorite, but Sister Ah Fong is also dead. She was killed by the Chunshin clan. Uncle, did you kill all the evildoers of the Chunshin clan? No, but I killed the leader. Tung Ching Shan said directly. Thank you, Uncle. The little slave girl didn't dare to offend Tung Ching Shan, but a trace of disappointment still flashed through her eyes. Those evildoers, how she hoped that all of them would die. Hearing this, Li Jun walked over and gently rubbed the little slave girl's head. Big Brother Tung, the Chunshin clan is inhumane. They slaughtered everyone on the island. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Two hostile clans. Today, the Chunshin clan destroyed the Liu clan. If the Liu clan was strong, the Liu clan would have destroyed the Chunshin clan. Tell me, who is right and who is wrong? Tung Qingshan looked at Li Jun. Li Jun froze. Then, Big Brother Tung, why did you go there? For money? Li Jun hastily asked. Yes, for money. After Tung Qingshan finished speaking, he turned around and faced the north, not saying another word. Li Jun was somewhat confused. In her heart, Tung Qingshan wasn't the kind of person who would kill people for money. Big Brother Tung isn't that kind of person. Yes, it must be. It must be because he saw the tragic scene on the island and felt pity for the dead. That's why he chose to attack the Chunshin clan. That must be it. Moreover, according to my investigation, when Big Brother Tung disguised himself as a merchant, he didn't kill indiscriminately. Also, on the Great Prairie, he treated ordinary herdsmen very well. On the Bright Moon Island, he treated ordinary people like the fisherman Shangwan Quan very well. Li Jun thought for a while and became even more certain. Big Brother Tung treated ordinary people very well, but towards the army and some powerful warriors, he was merciless. Those troops are just like bandits. Slaughtering, robbing, nothing else. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Li Jun didn't have a good impression of bandits. This was why she previously thought that Tung Qingshan should have killed all the people of the Chunshin clan. Her experience determined that she hated this kind of people to the bone. The next morning, the sun rose. The tungstenwood vessel calmly broke through the waves and advanced, splashing white fragments. In the sky above the tungstenwood vessel, the blue swan spread its wings and flew above the ocean. Under the rays of the sun, its entire body faintly emitted a seven-colored radiance. Meanwhile, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun were squatting on the deck. Big Brother Tung, we don't understand these books and maps. Li Jun and Tung Qingshan were organizing those books and a large pile of maps. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun didn't recognize any of the various symbols on the maps. When we reach the shore, we'll find someone to ask. Tung Qingshan said. Yes. Li Jun was also very helpless. Not being able to read was indeed very distressing. I understand. A timid voice sounded. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun turned their heads at the same time and looked at the timid, thin, and weak girl. After sleeping yesterday, she changed into the clothes that originally belonged to Li Jun. Although the clothes were loose, this little slave girl named Little Ping was already much more beautiful. You understand? Tung Qingshan didn't dare to believe it. Little Ping, you said you can read? Li Jun also didn't dare to believe it. A little slave girl that had been sold 3 times was only 9 years old. She was probably sold at a very young age. How could she read? Which clan would teach a slave girl how to read? When I was young, someone at home taught me how to read and write. Little Ping hastily said, although I didn't learn much, I can still read and write. Come quickly. Tung Qingshan hastily called out. Tell me the names on this map. Tung Qingshan unfolded a large map. Although Tung Qingshan couldn't read, he could tell from the shapes on the map that this should be a map of the entire northern sea continent. Little Ping took a deep breath as if to encourage herself. The uncle and big sister in front of her treated her well, and she wanted to repay them. Don't be nervous. Li Jun pulled Little Ping to her side. Little Ping, what do these 3 words read? Tung Qingshan pointed and asked. Little Ping looked carefully and said word by word, Heavenly Tide River. Yes. Tung Qingshan smiled and nodded. Although he couldn't read, he could guess from the map that this was the name of a river. What do these 4 big words mean? Tung Qingshan pointed again. The 4 biggest words on the map, according to Tung Qingshan's guess, should be Northern Sea Continent. Duamu Continent, Little Ping said. Duamu Continent. Tung Qingshan widened his eyes. Duamu. Li Jun also looked at Tung Qingshan. Both of them were very puzzled. Little Ping looked at the 2 of them in surprise. This is Duamu Continent. What's wrong? Uncle, I often hear you mention the Northern Sea Continent. Are you saying that our Duamu Continent is the Northern Sea Continent? Tung Shan suddenly realized. Northern Sea. To the people of the land of the 9 prefectures, the ocean in the north was indeed the Northern Sea. However, in the eyes of the people of Duanmu continent, the ocean was in the south. It was impossible for them to name their continent the Northern Sea continent. The Northern Sea continent was named by Emperor Yu himself. Since Little Ping could read, things were indeed simple. Little Ping knew very little about the entire Duanmu continent, Northern Sea continent. However, in these books and maps, there was a lot of information that Tung Shan wanted to know. It turns out that on this Duanmu continent, the one with the highest status is the godly axe deity, Yu the Great of the godly axe mountain a long time ago. The other is the thunderblade deity Duanmu, Yu 3,000 years ago. Tung Shan finally understood. Although this Northern Sea continent was inferior to the land of the 9 prefectures, among the omnipotent experts, there is still the thunderblade deity Duanmu Yu. On this Northern Sea continent, the omnipotent experts are called deities. Tung Shan sighed inwardly. When Emperor Yu was here, the population of the Northern Sea continent was only a few million. It was very united. Emperor Yu left behind all kinds of cultivation methods, and the people of the Northern Sea continent became more and more powerful. They defeated all kinds of dangerous situations, and the population increased. They even gave birth to an omnipotent expert. They unified the entire Northern Sea continent, and the entire continent was named Duanmu continent. The Northern Sea continent was only the size of 2 prefectures in the land of the 9 prefectures, but it gave birth to an omnipotent expert. Thunderblade deity? Tung Shan sighed inwardly. None of the 4 omnipotent experts of the land of the 9 prefectures use sabers. But in Duanmu continent, a saber user appeared. Duanmu Yu has a dark horseback that can fly in the sky, a thunderblade that contains the supreme cultivation technique, 9 thunderblade scrolls. Tung Shan learned about Duanmu Yu's story from one of the books that described the history of powerful experts. He was an absolutely domineering super expert. With a thunderblade, he was invincible in the world. This Northern Sea continent, Duanmu continent, maybe it will be more exciting than I imagined. Tung Shan looked forward to it in his heart. 9 days later, the sky was clear and the air was clear. Under Tung Shan's control, the tungstenwood vessel docked at the edge of a desolate coast. They had arrived at Duanmu continent. P.S. I only have 1 chapter for today. Now, Tomato owes everyone 3 or 4 chapters. Let's go back and read. Duanmu Yu's original form, right? The 5 omnipotent experts all had their original forms. Chapter 329. At the southern border of Duanmu continent, a cold wind as sharp as a knife whistled, stirring up some dust. On a dirt road that was about 50 to 60 feet wide, there were a few indistinct silhouettes. Upon closer inspection, a sturdy young man dressed in a thick white leather coat and a felt hat was carrying an enormous bag on his back. In his hand was a long black stick that faintly glowed with a blood-red color. A pair of bright and spirited eyes were looking ahead. Beside him was a young girl with a slender figure. She was also dressed in a white fur coat and had a green whip wrapped around her waist. She was holding the hand of an adorable girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Unfortunately, there was a hideous scar on the girl's face. In the sky, blue swan and whole gale eagle were flying high up. "Little June, what are you laughing at?" Tung Shan looked at Li Jun. "Big brother Tung, if you shave now, you will look 10 years younger than when you were at sea." Li Jun covered her mouth and laughed. "If you had shaved your beard earlier, Little Ping wouldn't have called you uncle." Little Ping giggled, but she didn't dare to interrupt. Tung Shan touched his chin. Ever since he came to Duanmu continent, Tung Shan had shaved off all the beard he had grown over a year ago. He even wore leather boots and a thick fur coat. After all, according to Tung Shan's estimation, he would have to stay in Duanmu continent for at least a few years. He couldn't be as sloppy as he was during his ascetic cultivation. "We have been walking for a while, but we haven't seen anyone," Li Jun said anxiously. "Yes." Tung Shan also frowned. "Right now, We have to figure out which part of Duanmu Continent's Nanshan region we are at. Tung Qingshan had just come ashore from a desolate and uninhabited coast. He had no idea where he was standing. Without knowing where he was, he naturally didn't know how to get to the godly Axe Mountain. Rustle. The cold wind blew, causing the tough weeds on the side of the desolate road to bow their heads. Tung Qingshan's gaze swept across a nearby hill that was overgrown with weeds. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Little June, what is this place under our feet? You'll know soon enough. Li Jun was slightly startled, while Little Ping, who was at the side, looked at Tung Qingshan in puzzlement. Roar. An excited howl suddenly sounded. Rumble. The sound of the hooves of beasts trampling on the ground resounded. Along with the roars of beasts, dozens of boorish men, who were draped in beast skins and riding on four-hooved strange beasts, wielded machetes or axes. Like a gust of wind, they instantly dashed onto the path and surrounded Tung Qingshan and the others. There were also quite a number of barbarians who didn't have mounts, and they quickly ran over as well. What kind of wild beast is this? Tung Qingshan and Li Jun's gazes landed on the mounts of the boorish men. These mounts had four hooves and were covered in thick fur. There were also two curved horns on their foreheads. These wild beasts' faces were similar to those of lions, and their nostrils were emitting white gas. In terms of physique, these mounts were obviously stronger than the war horses of the land of the 9 prefectures. Surrounded by nearly 100 people, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun looked at the mounts in amazement. Little Ping, what kind of beast is this? Tung Qingshan asked. This is a camel beast. Little Ping said matter-of-factly, there are many of these camel beasts, and they can be seen everywhere in the city. However, these are all ordinary camel beasts. Some are high-grade and precious camel beasts. They don't have these curved horns. Instead, they have straight horns that are as sharp as the tip of a spear, and they only have one horn. The horned camel, also known as the good camel, is very powerful. Tung Qingshan understood. Duanmu Continent was too far from the land of the 9 prefectures. This kind of camel beast was the mainstream mount in Duanmu Continent. The Ho was an extremely high-grade camel beast. Duanmu Continent is much colder than the land of the 9 prefectures. This is only the southernmost part. According to Little Ping, the northern frosty region in the north on the map is much colder. Only this kind of well-developed camel beast is suitable to survive in such cold weather. Tung Qingshan understood. The leader of the bandits surrounding Tung Qingshan, Li Jun, and Li Jun was a lean man with a scar on his face. He first glanced at Little Ping and seemed to notice the scar on Little Ping's face. Hey, you 3, quickly leave the goods behind, and we will spare your lives. The lean man roared. Robbery. Tung Qingshan laughed out loud. His laughter was like rolling thunder that resounded in the sky. You are robbing me? The expressions of the nearly 100 tall and strong bandits surrounding the 3 changed when they heard the laughter. It was obvious that the person in front of them was a powerful expert. Oh, it seems that you are a ranger. However, we have over 100 men, but you are alone. And you have 2 burdens. Quickly leave the goods behind, quickly. The lean man's face turned slightly green. Otherwise, the men will be killed and the women will be taken away. Be sensible. Although Li Jun's appearance made these people envious, but the bandits couldn't determine the strength of Tung Qingshan. Sensing that this bone was hard to chew, they didn't want to risk it. It wouldn't be worth it if more than half of them died or were injured in this robbery. Huh? Tung Qingshan laughed out loud. Carrying the huge bag on his back, his figures seemed to teleport. Phew. Leaving behind a series of afterimages, Tung Qingshan had already arrived at the side of a camel beast rider. The camel beast rider couldn't help but scream in shock. Even the camel beast he was riding immediately let out a frightened and angry roar. Roar! Tung Qingshan directly slapped the camel beast's body. Accompanied by the camel beast's roar, the camel beast suddenly flew up like a meteorite and smashed towards the location of the bandit leader. Dodge! The bandit leader hastily shouted. Some of the bandits who were originally standing behind the leader dodged in horror. Fortunately, The camel beast was only so big and couldn't hit anyone. Tung Ching Shan smiled as he watched the camel beast fall and said softly, "Explode." Boom! The camel beast that had died a long time ago suddenly exploded, and the shattered bones and flesh shot out in all directions like hidden weapons. Many of the bandits nearby were pierced by the flying bones, and they immediately cried out in pain. Some of them covered their thighs and wounds. There were also a few unlucky ones who were shot in the vital parts and died on the spot. Lifeless. The boorish bandits who were originally furious when they saw Tung Ching Shan slap a camel beast away. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were all terrified. Nearly 100 people looked at Tung Ching Shan in horror. The wounded bandits on the ground, who were covering their wounds in pain, looked at Tung Ching Shan with fear in their eyes. All of them were regretful. Why did they provoke this evil star? Where did such a powerful expert come from? He doesn't even have a camel beast. Isn't this a lie? The leader, the lean man, had a bitter taste in his mouth. If they saw an expert riding a war hoe, they wouldn't rob him. We brothers have eyes, but failed to see. The lean man bowed. We will leave now. We will leave now. Did I allow you to leave? Hearing Tung Ching Shan's words, the faces of the bandits turned pale, and they all looked at their leader. The bandits were all people who licked blood from their blades. They wouldn't sit still and wait for death. If there's anything, Lord, please instruct us, the lean man said respectfully. But in his heart, he was furious. Damn it. If this person goes too far, I will have a big scar on my head. I will go all out. In front of Tung Ching Shan, this group of boorish bandits were like sheep. Leave behind 2 camel beasts and some money. Tung Ching Shan ordered. Also, I want to ask you a few questions. Lord, please speak. The lean man breathed a sigh of relief. What is the nearest city? How do I get there? How far is it from here? Tung Ching Shan asked. Although the lean man was puzzled, he still answered, Lord, the nearest city is the Fong clan's Danyang city. It's about 50 li away from here. Lord, if you follow this road forward, you will reach Danyang city. Okay, get lost. Tung Ching Shan nodded. Yes, yes. The lean man waved his hand, and the bandits retreated quickly. With their injured bandits, they quickly disappeared from Tung Ching Shan's sight. Only 2 camel beasts, some scattered silver pieces, and black coins were left behind. What we brought is all gold. We also brought some loose silver and large coins. They are also useful. Tung Ching Shan immediately handed over the loose silver and large coins to Li Jun. After all, Tung Ching Shan had enough things on his back. Little Jun, the map. Tung Ching Shan said, It's here. Li Jun immediately took out the map from her bag and handed it over. Tung Ching Shan unfolded it on the ground and looked at it carefully. Danyang City is here. We should be on this road. We are not far from the Godly Axe Mountain. Tung Ching Shan looked at the map and understood. Little Jun, you and Little Ping ride the camel beasts. Let's head off and hurry to Danyang City. Tung Ching Shan smiled and handed the map over. After Li Jun put away the things, she and Little Ping rode the camel beast together. However, Tung Ching Shan helplessly discovered that this kind of ordinary camel beast couldn't carry his big bag. Big brother Tung, the gold in your chest is over 10,000 jin. How can this camel beast carry it? Li Jun laughed. The blue wand can carry it easily, but it refuses. Tung Ching Shan raised his head and looked at the horizon. In the boundless sky, 2 small dots could be vaguely seen. They were the whole Gale Eagle and the blue wand. Let's go. My walking speed is not slower than the camel beast. Tung Ching Shan carried the bag and didn't care about the other camel beast. The chest of gold in his bag was over 10,000 jin. If he didn't rely on the internal supreme force to eliminate the pressure, every step he took would leave a pit on the ground. However, it was very easy to rely on the internal supreme force to disperse the pressure to the entire ground. Of course, there were actually 3 chests of gold, but there was no way to carry it. Tung Ching Shan could carry it, but he would be the center of attention wherever he went if he carried 3 big chests. Therefore, Tung Ching Shan only carried 1 chest. The other two chests and the entire tungstenwood vessel were buried by Tung Shan in the soil of the desolate coast. Moving the tungstenwood vessel to the shore was only possible with the combined efforts of the two monsters, Tung Shan and Blue Luan, who possessed monstrous strength. Clop, clop, clop. Li Jun and Little Ping rode the camel beast and galloped. Tung Shan carried the 10,000 gene bag and hurried along. The Blue Luan and the whole gale eagle flew easily in the sky. Chapter 330. Leader, many of our brothers are severely injured. The fleeing bandits were also worried about their injured brothers. The leader of the bandits, the lean man, turned around and looked at his pale brothers who were groaning in pain. Although being a bandit was like licking blood from a knife's edge, he still felt terrible when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but snort angrily. Why are you howling? Bear with it. The injured bandits looked at their leader and endured. Yes, this is how I, Sun Yang, behave. The lean man immediately said, Brothers, don't worry. I will go to Danyang City now and find a good doctor to buy more medicinal herbs. Although there were some people who knew a little about medicinal herbs in the bandits' nest, many of them were severely injured this time. It wasn't just a simple flesh wound. Leader, be careful on the road. Many bandits hastily said. Don't worry. The lean man, Sun Yang, immediately took some silver and rode a hunchbacked beast. He carried a large machete on his back and quickly rushed towards Danyang City. Danyang City had already appeared in Tung Shan and the other two's vision. As expected of one of the 36 major cities of Duanmu continent, Tung Shan couldn't help but praise as he looked at the majestic ancient city wall that stretched from east to west. The city wall of Danyang City stretched for tens of li. At first glance, it looked like a terrifying prehistoric monster that was sleeping soundly. It is comparable to a county city. Li Jun also praised. Tung Shan smiled and said, Didn't Little Ping say that? In the past, the godly axe deity, Yu the Great, taught the people of the continent how to cultivate, unify writing, language, money, and so on. The people taught by Emperor Yu built cities that are similar to ours. It's not strange. Ever since he saved the little slave girl, Little Ping, on the island, he learned many things. Through Little Ping and books, Tung Shan learned many things. In the history of Duanmu continent, there are only two gods of heaven. In the books of Duanmu continent, the godly axe deity Yu the Great was a person of ancient times. He comprehended the heavens and the earth, created a cultivation method, and taught it to the people. He was an extremely amazing person. No wonder it is the same as the language of the 9 prefectures. Tung Shan thought, but the characters are different. However, they are all hieroglyphs. Tung Shan was very clear. In the history of his previous world, as time passed, characters would constantly change, starting from the Oracle Bone script. Although the origins of the land of the 9 prefectures and the Duanmu continent were the same, Emperor Yu unified the language of the 9 prefectures and passed the language of the 9 prefectures to the people of Duanmu continent. But thousands of years had passed. In addition, there was no paper at all at that time, only stones, iron plates, and other items to record. As the generations passed, the languages of the land of the 9 prefectures and the Duanmu continent naturally became more and more distant, and it was difficult to distinguish them anymore. But it's a lot easier to learn. After all, they were all hieroglyphics. I estimate that in another 10 to 15 days, I'll be able to recognize most of the commonly used words. Tung Shan couldn't help but recall the time he and Li Jun learned the language of Duanmu continent from Little Ping on the ship. In terms of literacy, Little Ping was the teacher. Little Ping, Tung Shan said. Uncle. Little Ping opened her big, clear eyes and looked at Tung Shan. She was originally a 9-year-old girl, but because she had suffered many hardships and eaten poorly, she was as thin and weak as a 6 or 7-year-old child. Little Ping, your sister June and I have many things to do. I reckon there will be many twists and turns. How about this? Your sister June and I will buy a house in Danyang City for you. Then, We'll go to the slave market and buy 2 obedient slaves to listen to your orders. What do you think? Tung Ching Shan asked. No, I don't want to. Little Ping hastily said. Uncle, Sister June, Little Ping said as tears flowed down her face. I'm just a child in the city. Even if I have a house, it will be snatched away. Also my face, my face. Your face. Tung Ching Shan and Li Jun were startled. Little Ping bit her lips and stroked the ugly scar on her face. I'm a female slave. Therefore, my face was marked with the mark of a slave. The Lu clan of the Dark Steel River moved their entire clan to the island. Because there weren't enough women, the men of the Lu clan of the Dark Steel River would marry us in the future so that they could have more children. Therefore, the marks on the faces of us female slaves were cut off with a knife. The marks turned into scars. Tung Ching Shan and Li Jun suddenly understood. Slaves are not allowed to enter the city alone, nor are they allowed to leave the city without permission. Little Ping continued. If a slave is alone, even if he's on the road, others have the right to capture him. Even if they kill him, nothing will happen. Like me, the marks are removed and turned into scars. Although I won't be treated as a slave, I will still be looked down upon and bullied by many people. Little Ping clenched her teeth as her face was filled with tears. An ordinary knife wound on the face is different from a scar like mine, which removes the marks. As long as it's a scar like this. For example, the bandit leader also had a scar on his face. I reckon that he was once a slave. He would be looked down upon by others. Fortunately, he had martial arts. I'm just a child. Little Ping got off the hunchbacked beast and kowtowed, begging, Uncle, Sister June, I beg you. I'll be your servant. Don't chase me away. Don't chase me away. Tung Ching Shan sighed inwardly when he heard this. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there were no slaves. Little Ping. Li Jun jumped off the hunchbacked beast and hugged Little Ping. Her eyes were red as she said, Don't worry. Sister won't abandon you. I won't. Big brother Tung. Li Jun also looked towards Tung Ching Shan. Take her with you. Tung Ching Shan nodded. Tung Ching Shan had actually realized that Little Ping's previous home should be pretty good. Slaves weren't qualified to learn how to read. However, Little Ping had been sold 3 times. Before her family was ruined, Little Ping had already learned how to read at a very young age. Moreover, although she was only 9 years old, Little Ping's thoughts and speech were like that of a young adult. She was extremely intelligent. However, in this land, intelligence couldn't help her escape the fate of being a slave. Soon, Tung Ching Shan and the other 2 arrived at the south gate of Danyang City. Although the city gate wasn't crowded, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Many people rode hunchbacked beasts or pulled carriages by hunchbacked beasts into the city. There were also people leaving the city. Almost everyone was wearing a thick lined jacket. Danyang. Tung Ching Shan looked at the 2 large characters on the city gate tower. Although he had learned a lot of words during the days on the sea, he still couldn't read them. Although he had learned a lot of words during the days at sea, Tung Ching Shan only knew the word Dan. At least I know some words now. Tung Ching Shan comforted himself. 2 coins per person. The city gate guard guarded the entrance fee. Fortunately, Tung Ching Shan had obtained a lot of money from the bandits. Li Jun immediately handed over 6 coins. The man with a messy, needle-like beard glanced at Tung Ching Shan and Li Jun. He carefully looked at Little Ping's face and snorted softly. Go in. Little Ping could only lower her head. In Danyang City, Tung Ching Shan carried a big bag and held the dark blaze rod. Li Jun led the hunchbacked beast, and Little Ping also held Li Jun's hand. The 3 of them looked at the bustling Danyang City. Interesting, interesting. Tung Ching Shan's eyes brightened. Most of the buildings and houses in Danyang City had domes or pointed roofs, and the windows were relatively tight. This was a completely different architectural style from the land of the 9 prefectures. The perennial low temperature caused the people of Duanmu continent to wear different clothes and build different buildings from the land of the 9 prefectures. The island they went to previously. The Lu clan of the Dark Steel River had just escaped to the island and lived in a simple wooden house. They didn't have time to build some stone buildings. Hunchbacked beasts could be seen everywhere on the streets. Tall and big men wearing thick cotton-padded jackets and carrying weapons could be seen everywhere. Big Brother Tung, where are we going now? I'm a bit hungry, Li Jun said with a smile. Little Ping, you must be hungry. Tung Qingshan glanced at Little Ping with a smile and said, let's go eat first. Later, we can go buy a carriage or something like that. However, not long after Tung Qingshan and the other two left, Brat, you dirted my shoes and you're leaving just like that? A loud voice came from ahead. Tung Qingshan and the other two looked over and saw that there were already many onlookers in front of them. Tung Qingshan was curious and thought to himself, didn't they say that killing is not allowed in the city? When they got closer, Tung Qingshan discovered that a tall and strong man wearing a felt hat was staring at a skinny, dark-skinned man with a small mustache. The man growled, I'm going to see an important guest, and you dirted my shoes. What? You want to settle this with just 10 stinky coins? The face of the dark-skinned man with a small mustache darkened as he said, Brother, let's both take a step back. Who's your brother? The tall and strong man glared. How much do you want? The man with a small mustache lowered his voice. The tall and strong man obviously felt that the other party was easy to bully. He raised his eyebrows and said, 1 tael of silver, and I'll let this matter go. Clang! The man with a small mustache drew the long saber on his back. The tall and strong man's expression changed slightly as he retreated 2 steps. The surrounding onlookers also retreated several steps. My name is Chong. The man with a small mustache stared at the tall and strong man with a gaze as sharp as a sword and said loudly, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? The tall and strong man was startled. Haha, is that guy scared? Coward! The surrounding onlookers wished for the world to be in chaos. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun were slightly puzzled. Little Ping, who was at the side, whispered, Uncle, killing is not allowed in the city. If you kill someone, you'll be arrested. However, if you formally challenge the other party, you will also accept. It's fine to kill someone. Tung Qingshan came to a sudden realization. At this moment, the tall and strong man was mocked by the surrounding onlookers. His face turned red as he stared at the man with a small mustache and roared, Challenge? I accept. If you have the guts, I will send you to meet your ancestors. As he spoke, he drew the large saber on his back. However, just as he drew it, swish! The man with a small mustache stepped forward and brandished his saber. A cold light flashed. Poochie! Fresh blood spurted out from the tall and strong man's throat like water. He widened his eyes and moved his lips as if he was unwilling to give up. Finally, he fell to the ground with a loud bang, leaving a large pool of blood on the ground. The man with a small mustache sneered, Idiot! You have already accepted the challenge. Stop talking nonsense. The man with a small mustache sheathed his saber and left the crowd. The surrounding onlookers clicked their tongues and discussed for a while before leaving one by one. He left just like that? No one cares? Tung Qingshan was slightly surprised. Uncle, because of a disagreement, people draw their sabers against each other. This kind of thing happens a lot. Little Ping said, I have seen it many times in the city. Sometimes, because of a few words, people would kill each other. In a while, the people of the Fong clan, the owner of Danyang City, will come and carry the corpses away. Tung Qingshan nodded and thought to himself, because of a disagreement, people draw their sabers against each other, as expected of the place where clans contend for hegemony. The number of killings here is even higher than in the 9 prefectures. Chapter 331. Little Ping, do you know which restaurant around here is the best? Tung Qingshan looked at the numerous restaurants on the street and didn't know which one to choose for a moment. Little Ping giggled and said, Uncle, although I've never been to Danyang City, I've never been to Danyang City. However, the Rising Sun restaurant could be found in all 36 major cities. It was the best restaurant. Of course, the dishes are very expensive. Although Little Ping said so, she was very clear about how much money Tung Qingshan had. Rising Sun Restaurant. Tung Qingshan nodded with a smile. They're spread throughout the 36 major cities? Seems like he has quite the background. Big Brother Tung, Let's go there, Li Jun said with a smile. After asking a passerby, he found out the location. He walked toward the Rising Sun restaurant with a playful attitude. Tung Qingshan looked ahead. It was a luxurious mansion that occupied an extremely large area. The main entrance of the mansion was 10 zhang wide, and 2 gigantic bronze 4-hooved unicorns were placed on both sides of the main entrance. Above the main entrance of the mansion, there was a plaque with 2 large words written in Duanmu consonant. Fong Mansion. At this moment, the main door was tightly shut, but the small doors on both sides were open. At the door on the right, a man with a dark mustache was talking to the guards of the Fong residence. Madam Fong. Tung Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Li Jun was also surprised as she said, Big Brother Tung, this is the Fong clan that controls Danyang City, right? Tung Qingshan nodded and smiled. Which other Fong clan would dare to occupy such a large piece of land in the heart of Danyang City and build such an extravagant mansion? Tung Qingshan's ears were listening to the conversation between the dark-skinned man and the guard. Please make an exception. The man with the mustache handed over a small piece of silver without anyone noticing. After the guard received it, he weighed it in his hand and smiled. All right, your name is Chong, right? I will go and report to him. If you really have the ability, the old housekeeper will definitely accept you. Our Fong residence has 800 hanger-ons. As long as you have the ability, our Fong residence will definitely accept you. Well, wait here for a while. This guard kept saying, our Fong residence, as if he was some big shot in the Fong residence. Just as he turned around and was about to enter, he immediately bowed. Ah, young master. From the side door, a group of 3 people walked out. The person in the lead was dressed in a luxurious white fur coat. It was unknown what kind of precious fur was used to make it. He wore a golden leather hat on his head, and a long, thin saber hung from his waist. He walked out with 2 of his subordinates. He glanced at the mustached man standing at the door. Young master. The other guards bowed as well. Chong greets the young master. The bearded man bowed as well. The young master of the Fong residence carefully sized up the man with the small mustache, and a smile appeared on his face. You're here to recommend yourself as a guest of the Fong residence. Yes. The mustache man was still bowing. Tell the housekeeper that I will accept this Chong. The young master of the Fong residence directly instructed. The surrounding guards were shocked when they heard this. The young master didn't even see how capable this little mustache man was, and he actually took him in as a guest. This was too careless. However, the young master's status in the Fong residence was extremely high. They didn't dare to say more. All of them could only think to themselves that this Chong was really lucky. Come with me. The young master of the Fong residence ordered. Yes. The little mustache man bowed. Some passers-by in the distance saw this scene and couldn't help but discuss. That little mustache man is really lucky. Young Master Li actually took him in as a guest. If he follows young Master Li, his future will be boundless. Young Master Li didn't even ask him what abilities he has. The guy is really lucky. In the distance, Tung Qingshan and the other 2 people. Guest. Tung Qingshan frowned. Li Jun asked in a low voice, Little Ping, what is a guest? In the land of the 9 prefectures, there were no guests. Little Ping also said, in the entire Duanmu continent, the clans fight against each other. They all need some talented people. Therefore, some talented people will join some clans and become the guests of these clans, working for these clans. This way, the clans will provide for them. They will live a good life. Oh, Li Jun listened and nodded. Let's go. The Rising Sun restaurant is not far ahead. Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Immediately, the 3 of them walked towards the Rising Sun restaurant. As for young Master Li, he brought along his 3 subordinates, including Chong, and headed towards the Rising Sun restaurant. Young Master Li's gaze fell on the side of Li Jun's face, which was not far ahead. He smiled and said, This woman is not an ordinary person. Fong Hong, look. Doesn't that woman look like the martial saintess of the Eastern Flower region? Especially her temperament. Behind young Master Li, a tall man dressed in a thick black leather coat also looked carefully. He nodded in surprise and said, Young Master, That woman does look like the martial saintess of the Eastern Flower region, especially her temperament. It is indeed very special. I'm afraid many people would want to press a woman like the martial saintess under their crotch. Even if they can't get the martial saintess, it would be good if they could get the woman in front. Young Masterly smiled indifferently. Fong Hong also laughed and said in a low voice, "It will be good to get her, but we have to investigate." Young Masterly smiled and looked at him. "Do you think I would be so reckless? If we succeed, I will give her to you when I am tired of playing with her. What do you think?" Young Masterly said with a smile. "Let's talk about it after we succeed," Fong Hong said with a smile. They are also going to the Rising Sun restaurant." Young Masterly smiled and said, "Originally, we came out to eat lunch. Let's go to the Rising Sun restaurant. It is a joyous occasion for Chong to be under my command. It is worth celebrating." Chang's heart warmed when he heard this. On the second floor of the Rising Sun restaurant, the 2 single rooms on the 3rd floor have already been booked. The 3 of you can eat on the 2nd floor. A capable young girl dressed in a red-lined jacket warmly arranged the tables and chairs for Tung Chingshan and the others. Tung Chingshan placed the oversized bag on his back on the ground. Even the hard stone floor shook slightly. There were many words on the menu that Tung Chingshan did not recognize. It was better to order the best dish, the Southern Flower Warm Sun Banquet. This banquet cost more than 60 taels of silver. Ordinary people could not afford it. "Great Master Lu, please come up." Along with a resounding and enthusiastic voice, a young girl dressed in a red-lined jacket led 5 people up to the 2nd floor. The leader of these 5 people was a silver-haired, black-robed old man. The other 4 people were 3 men and 1 woman. "Great Master Lu, the 3rd floor is full. There is only 1 table left on the 2nd floor," the young girl said. "It's okay. Just this table," the silver-haired, black-robed old man responded. His 4 juniors immediately moved the tables and chairs and said respectfully, "Teacher, please sit." Great Master Lu." On the 2nd floor, people from other tables immediately stood up and cupped their hands in greeting. The silver-haired, black-robed old man smiled and nodded. "Great Master Lu, long time no see." On the 2nd floor of the Rising Sun restaurant, at least 6 people stood up and greeted this Great Master Lu. The others probably did not have any relationship with this Great Master Lu, so they did not dare to claim friendship with him. Sitting at the table next to Tung Chingshan were 3 people. "This Great Master Lu is quite respected," Li Jun said in a low voice. "Yes, since he's called a Great Master, he should have some unique skills." Tung Chingshan glanced at them and immediately lowered his head to eat. Suddenly, roar, roar. The roars were as loud and clear as rolling thunder. Endless roars resounded in the sky above the entire Danyang city. "Where is the sound coming from?" Tung Chingshan was shocked. "The sound is coming from over there. It seems to be from the direction of the Fong residence." Li Jun looked outside through the window and was very sure. The Fong residence was very close to the Rising Sun restaurant, so the roars were very loud. Why is the Fong residence's ferocious beast always roaring? Every time it's mealtime, the ferocious beast roars. It would be great if someone could kill this ferocious beast. The 2nd floor was also filled with discussions. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. As a handsome young man wearing a white coat walked up to the 2nd floor, the discontented voices quickly disappeared, and the restaurant instantly became quiet. "Eldest young master." It turns out that young master is here. On the 2nd floor, some people who thought highly of themselves stood up and cupped their hands. Young Masterly nodded at those people. His gaze swept past Tung Chingshan's table and finally fell in front of Great Master Lu. "Great Master Lu." Young Masterly cupped his hands. "Eldest young master." Great Master Lu immediately stood up and didn't dare to put on airs anymore. "It's rare to meet Great Master Lu," young Masterly said with a smile. A nearby innkeeper of the Rising Sun restaurant said respectfully, "Eldest young master, shall we go to the 3rd floor?" Although the restaurant was full, with eldest young master status, he could still go to the third floor and order a table. Let's go to the second floor. I haven't chatted with Great Master Lu for a long time. Young Master Li smiled and glanced around. Then his gaze fell on Tung Qingshan's table, and he said with a smile, "Brother, it's rare for me to meet Great Master Lu. Your table happens to be next to Great Master Lu's. Can you get it to us?" The innkeeper looked at Tung Qingshan and the other two and said with a smile, "This table is free of charge. How about the three of you go downstairs?" On the table, Little Ping was somewhat reserved. Li Jun frowned and looked at Tung Qingshan, who was beside her. She listened to everything Tung Qingshan said. "Eldest young master," Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "When the three of us finish eating, won't there be an empty table?" Young Master Li froze. The other people on the second floor of the restaurant who were watching the show were in an uproar. No one expected that these three people would be so unyielding. They didn't even give young Master Li face. Young Master Li was the heir of the Fong residence. Nowadays, many battles were arranged by young Master Li. Interesting. Young Master Li smiled. Among the three subordinates behind young Master Li, a slightly plump man with squinting eyes stepped forward. Young Master Li signaled him with his eyes. The squinting man stepped forward and said with a faint smile, "The three of you, young master is persuading you with kind words. Please give him some face." The innkeeper said it's free of charge. "Everyone, please stand further away. If you stand here, my little sister won't dare to eat." Tung Qingshan smiled and glanced at Little Ping. Little Ping immediately blushed. "Oomph." The squinting man's expression darkened. He stretched out his hand, and a gold ingot rolled onto Tung Qingshan's table. The gold ingot was dazzling. The squinting man said condescendingly, "The three of you, please make way." "Gold ingot?" Tung Qingshan was startled. "Yes, 100% pure gold," the squinting man said. At this moment, young Master Li was also observing silently. Master Lu's table was also looking in this direction. The other guests on the second floor were also watching. Many people were slightly tempted. "Let me see if it's pure gold." "Yes, I'll leave now." Tung Qingshan grabbed the gold ingot. Li Jun, who was beside him, had a smile on her face. What's going on?" Tung Qingshan raised his head and looked at the others in confusion. "How come when I grabbed it?" The right hand that Tung Qingshan used to hold the gold ingot, rustle, golden powder continuously slid down from the cracks of his palm and flowed onto the ground. When he opened his palm was empty. The expressions of everyone on the second floor of the restaurant, including Master Lu, instantly froze. Young Master Li, who had been watching with a smile, was also stunned. The 3 chapters were finished. Tomato rested for 3 days and thought for 3 days. Tomato now had full confidence in the following plot. His passion had returned, and he was also full of confidence. At the same time, he would also try to get monthly votes. Tomato would write the plot to be exciting. Everyone, please click on the recommend monthly votes to support author below and vote for Tomato. Let's wait and see if Tomato's writing is good or not. If it's good, everyone will throw votes. If it's bad, Tomato will be too embarrassed to ask for votes. Chapter 332. The second floor of the restaurant instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The customers of the restaurant looked at the gold powder on the ground in shock. They looked at the mysterious expert, Tung Qingshan, and then looked at young Master Li. Those who could eat on the second floor of the Rising Sun restaurant had some status. They all knew that young Master Li was one of the top figures in the Fong clan. Although he hadn't become the patriarch yet, he would be soon. How could the gold thrown out by young Master Li's subordinate be fake? Everyone knew that the gold was definitely real. However, it could easily crush 100% real gold into powder. At least, Great Master Lu, who was respected by them, couldn't do this. Young Master Li has hid an iron plate today. The distinguished guests snickered in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. They just watched from the side, waiting to see how young Master Li would respond. "What's going on?" Young Masterly frowned and shouted at the squinty-eyed man. Young Master. The squinty-eyed man hastily bowed and said fearfully, I don't know. I took the gold from the accounts room. Maybe someone changed the gold. Hearing this, young Masterly humphed angrily and glared at him. Someone actually dared to steal gold in the Fong residence. With this, young Masterly cupped his hands towards Tung Ching Shan and said with a smile, Mister, some corrupt people appeared in the Fong residence and made Mr. unhappy. I, Fong Li, will treat this table of food and wine to Mister. Please don't blame me. Tung Ching Shan was surprised. He glanced at young Master Li and nodded with a smile. Young Master, when you go back, you must punish the corrupt people severely. Definitely. Young Master Li smiled and said, Then I won't disturb Mister's meal. With this, young Master Li no longer mentioned the matter of changing the table with Tung Ching Shan and the others. He brought his subordinates and went up to the third floor of the restaurant. Tung Ching Shan silently watched the group of people go up. In the second floor of the restaurant, many guests smiled at Tung Ching Shan, appearing very polite. Big Brother Tung, this young master of the Fong residence is quite shrewd. Li Jun whispered. Yes, he's not that kind of reckless person. Tung Ching Shan nodded. Previously, when he heard the surrounding people talking about young Master Li, Tung Ching Shan knew that the Fong residence was the owner of Danyang City. It was as if the Gui Yuan sect was the master of Jiangning County. The same status. As for the young master of the Fong family, his status was as high as half of the sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect. With such a high status, he was able to endure silently. He was indeed a character. Big Brother Tung, look at the people around us. They're all looking at us and whispering. Li Jun covered her mouth as she laughed. At the side, Little Ping also giggled softly and said, They must be guessing which expert uncle is. Tung Ching Shan glanced around. The surrounding people were indeed guessing Tung Ching Shan's identity. They were all thinking, if there was any way to befriend this mysterious expert, don't worry about it. Tung Ching Shan smiled faintly. After dinner, we'll get to work. In a luxurious single room on the third floor of the Rising Sun restaurant, young Master Li sat on the main seat. The atmosphere was slightly depressing. Young Master. The three subordinates looked at young Master Li. Young Master Li rubbed his nose and smiled. I didn't expect that I would meet such a powerful expert just by having a meal. Ha! Even the heavens are helping me. Tell me, how powerful is this mysterious expert who can crush gold into powder? Young Master, this person's strength, even if he is a post-liminary expert, he must be a powerful expert who specializes in finger strength. I estimate that he must be at least one of the top post-liminary experts to be able to crush gold into powder. The tall, middle-aged man, Fong Hong, said, Fong Hong, do you have the confidence to fight him? Young Master Li asked. The middle-aged man frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, I don't have the slightest confidence. I'm worried that he might be a martial saint expert who has reached the innate realm. Martial saint? Young Master Li raised his eyebrows and said, There are only so many martial saint experts in this world, and we know most of them. One suddenly appeared, and he's so young. And he's not famous at all? In Duanmu continent, innate experts were respectfully called martial saints. But there are still some reclusive martial saints. The middle-aged man said, Haha, if he really is a martial saint, if he can join our residence, wouldn't our strength increase greatly? Young Master Li was very happy. The squinty-eyed man smiled and said, Young Master wants to recruit this mysterious young man? Yes. Young Master Li nodded with a faint smile. Just the move he showed earlier is enough for him to be valued by our residents. That woman of his. The squinty-eyed man also observed young Master Li's expression. He knew that. Young Master Li had some feelings for that woman. Young Master Li glanced at him and smiled indifferently. What is a woman? Isn't it just a commodity? If I can get such a great general, why would I touch his woman? It's a small matter to send him more beauties. Don't worry. In this world, I haven't found a woman who can make me crazy. Young Master is wise. The squinty-eyed man immediately flattered. Now, you should know what to do, right? Young Master Li looked at him. since he decided to recruit Tung Ching Shan. Of course, he had to take action. The squinty-eyed man hastily nodded and said, "This subordinate understands. I'll go make the arrangements." He didn't even eat and immediately went downstairs. The wide streets of Danyang City were bustling with activity, and the streets were filled with people. Tung Qingshan carried an extremely large bag and walked on the street with Li Jun and Little Ping. "Big brother Tung, don't worry." Little Ping was so excited that her face was flushed. In the slave market, there are not only slaves and wild beasts, but also people who are willing to be hired. "Big brother Tung, if you want to find a coachman, you can also go to the slave market to find one. If you want to buy hunchback beasts, you can also go there." Tung Qingshan smiled when he heard this. Although the two places from Danyang City to the Godly Axe Mountain were both in the Nanshan region, one of the 4 regions of Duanmu continent, the journey was still very long. He couldn't always carry a bag weighing over 10,000 jin. It would be much easier to get a superior carriage and hire a coachman. "Let's go to the slave market to take a look," Tung Qingshan said with a smile. "I've never seen it before." Li Jun's eyes also brightened. Who knew what the slave market would look like if they had never seen it before? After walking for nearly an hour, in the western part of Danyang City, slave market, Tung Qingshan raised his head and looked at the 2 big words above the main gate. Tung Qingshan recognized these 2 words. "The slave market is very big." Little Ping said, "The entire slave market is like an extremely large mansion. There's only one main gate and one back door. The market is divided into many places. Some sell ordinary slaves, and some sell high-grade slaves. There are also some ordinary people who are not slaves and want to be hired. They can also be found here." Little Ping spoke quickly, but her expression didn't look good. "Little Ping." Li Jun held Little Ping's hand tightly. Little Ping smiled at Li Jun and said, "I'm fine, Sister Jun." Little Ping had been sold 3 times in the past. She was sold as a commodity in the slave market. This kind of experience, it was easy to imagine how miserable it was. "The 3 of you." When Tung Qingshan and the other 2 walked into the market, an astute young man immediately came forward and asked enthusiastically, "What are the 3 of you here to buy? This market is very big. It's your first time here, and you will be confused. However, I know exactly where and what is sold." Little Ping said in a low voice, "Uncle, these are the people from the slave market. They're specially hired to bring customers, and we don't need to give them money. If we buy goods, they will receive benefits from the owner." After Little Ping said this, the astute young man didn't feel ashamed at all. He smiled and said, "This lady is right. May I know what the 3 of you are here to buy?" "I want to hire a coachman," Tung Qingshan said. "Oh, follow me." The young man hastily led the way. The market was very big. When Tung Qingshan and the other 2 walked into a spacious road, they saw a large number of slaves on the separated fields. "What do the 3 of you want to buy? Do we have everything here?" As they walked on the road, many people came forward to invite customers enthusiastically. "The slaves in front are very good," the young man also boasted. On the spacious field in front, there were a few graceful and pretty young girls. Their hands were chained, and they were all standing there with tears in their eyes. At the same time, there were also over 10 sturdy men who were also chained up. "My lord," a young woman immediately came forward and said with a smile, "The slaves here are the best. If you want to get some maids to serve you, it's not expensive at all. You could buy over 10 beautiful young girls. Also, do you need to worry about people provoking you on the road? Many of our male slaves have gone through training, and they are all very brave. Look, they have all learned some inner strength. It's definitely not a problem for them to lift a 500 gene boulder." Immediately, the guard on the other side waved his whip. Immediately, many pretty young girls looked at Tung Qingshan with tears in their eyes. Many sturdy slaves immediately roared and lifted the 500 gene boulder in front of them high. "The 3 of you," the young man who led the way hastily flattered, "they have all gone through training. These young girls have someone to warm their bed at night. When they are tired, these young girls will even massage their legs and shoulders. They are all very good at it. These male slaves are very obedient and loyal. They will hit whoever they are told to hit. As long as you spend some silver, they will all be yours, my lord. Slaves. Tung Ching Shan looked at the girls and saw that they all looked pretty good. He asked in surprise, "They're slaves? How come there are no marks on their faces?" "There are, but it's not on their faces. It's on their necks." The young man laughed and said, "If it's on their faces, wouldn't it make them look ugly?" "Interesting, interesting." Tung Ching Shan smiled. "Big brother, Tung Ching Shan, you want to buy them?" Li Jun had a strange expression on her face. Even little Ping looked at Tung Ching Shan. Seeing this, Tung Ching Shan couldn't help but laugh. "I finally understand why the slave business is good. There are a group of beautiful young girls and a group of obedient thugs. TSK, TSK. All right, kid, quickly lead the way. Don't purposely lead me to these places. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Bring me directly to the place where there are coachmen." "Okay." The young man lowered his head and responded, "Just turn the corner in front, and it will be there." Chapter 333. When Tung Ching Shan saw the young man's dejected look, he said, "After hiring the coachman, we still need to buy superior hunchbacked beasts. You will definitely get some benefits." "Okay," the young man exclaimed and became enthusiastic again. Li Jun looked at Tung Ching Shan and laughed softly. "Big brother Tung, this person just wants you to buy more slaves. I think it's good for you to buy some. Some beautiful girls can serve you closely. Won't your days be as happy as a deity?" The young man beside her said excitedly, "This lady is right." "You shut up," Tung Ching Shan shouted. The young man smiled and didn't dare to say anything. "Little June, you're also making fun of me." Tung Ching Shan looked at Li Jun helplessly. Li Jun couldn't help but smile. Lien Zhaoping also laughed secretly. "Women." Tung Ching Shan sighed. "The three of you are here," said the young man who led the way. "The bustling crowd in front of us are all here for hire. They are not slaves." Tung Ching Shan glanced over. The empty space was filled with people. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 people. At this moment, a fat old man came up and greeted them enthusiastically. He chuckled and said, "I am the second supervisor of this area. What kind of people do you want to hire? Appearance, figure, or strength? Please tell me." It would be hard to find thousands of people. Tung Ching Shan nodded and said, "I want to hire a coachman. I don't have any requirements for appearance." "Coachman?" The fat old man frowned and was slightly disappointed. The price of hiring a coachman was usually not high. After all, many people could do this job. The price was low, and the market would get less benefits. "Okay, I will instruct them." The fat old man said, "Wait a moment." With this, the fat old man ran into the crowd and instructed his subordinates. The subordinates quickly ran into the crowd and began to recruit people. There were quite a few people who stood up from their original positions, and in a moment, there were 20 to 30 people gathered around the fat old man. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 20 to 30 people had arrived in front of Tung Ching Shan. "Three of you, these 26 people can all drive horses." The fat old man smiled. "How many do you want? Just choose." Tung Ching Shan's gaze swept across this group of people. There were actually 5 women in this group, but they all looked ordinary. The other men were also somewhat handsome. "I only need a coachman." Tung Ching Shan looked at the crowd and said, "And the coachman has to follow me everywhere. That's why it's best if you have some inner strength so that you can protect yourself." As soon as he said that, the group of people who wanted to be hired as coachmen immediately became noisy. "Run all over the world? Isn't that courting death? I won't do it no matter how much money you give me. I still have to support the women and children at home. How can I run all over the world?" Immediately, more than 10 people turned around and left. Only 9 people were left standing in front of Tung Ching Shan. "How many times can you return to Danyang City in a year?" One of the 9 people asked. "Not even once." Tung Ching Shan smiled. Immediately, 4 of the 9 people left, leaving only 5. These 5 were all men. Some were skinny like monkeys, some were very muscular. There were even some who were disabled. The disabled middle-aged man had messy hair like straw. He carried a machete on his back and was limping on his right leg. He was also blind in one eye. You. Tung Ching Shan pointed at the cripple. Greetings, boss. The cripple was a little surprised, but he still limped and bowed. Seeing this, the other 4 people were a little dissatisfied. All right. Disperse. The fat old man immediately waved his hand. The other 4 people also knew the rules, but they still muttered, choosing a cripple and a one-eyed one. There must be something wrong with their brains. Muttering softly, the 4 of them returned to the crowd. How much money? Tung Ching Shan looked at the fat old man. Half a month's salary. The fat old man smiled. How much monthly salary do you want? Tung Ching Shan looked at the cripple. The cripple rolled his one eye. 30 taels of silver. Hearing this, the fat old man stared. 30 taels of silver to hire a coachman to travel all over the world was not expensive. But the price of hiring a cripple was too high. Tung Ching Shan nodded and took out some silver from his bosom. Yes, there are about a dozen taels of silver here. Tung Ching Shan handed it over, and the fat old man took it with a smile. Wait a moment. Let's immediately make a contract. Both parties, including me as the middleman, will put our fingerprints on it, and the deal will be considered done. After making the contract and putting their fingerprints on it, Tung Ching Shan went to buy a high-grade hunchback beast. After all, an ordinary hunchback beast couldn't pull a 10,000 gene truck. The young man led the way excitedly. The price of a high-grade hunchback beast was extremely high, so the commission was naturally very high. On the way, Tung Ching Shan, Li Jun, and Little Ping walked side by side, while the hired coachman, Cripple, followed behind. Big Brother Tung, why did you choose him? Li Jun asked, puzzled. Although she was puzzled by Tung Ching Shan's choice, she didn't disagree. Because his strength is not bad, Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. Not bad? Li Jun was slightly astonished. How powerful was Tung Ching Shan's strength? The not bad, he said, meant that he was at least at the peak of the post-liminary realm. The cripple had a tobacco pipe hanging on his waist, a tattered cotton-padded jacket, and his hair was messy. At this moment, he raised his head and glanced at Tung Ching Shan. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, but he quickly regained his calmness. This cripple was just like an ordinary person. Am I wrong? Tung Ching Shan looked at the cripple. Being stared at by Tung Ching Shan, the cripple felt his heart tremble. He was secretly shocked by Tung Ching Shan's strength. The cripple still squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands, saying, Boss, you have good eyesight. Hiring an inner strength expert would probably cost over 1,000 taels of silver a month. I only spent 30 taels of silver, which is a great bargain. Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. An inner strength expert? The young man leading the way heard this and laughed in surprise. You said this cripple is an expert? Haha, how is that possible? How could an expert be so poor that he was hired for 30 taels of silver? Just lead the way. Don't talk nonsense. Li Jun scolded. Yes. The young man laughed and replied. Tung Ching Shan conversed with the cripple. What's your name? Boss, my name is Wang Yang. Boss can just call me Old Wang. The cripple, Old Wang, cupped his hands and said, I also know some martial arts. However, my legs were crippled when I was in the army, so I am now a coachman to make a living. Yes, my surname is Tung Ching Shan. Tung Ching Shan said and didn't say anything else. The cripple, Old Wang, looked carefully at the young man who could see through his strength with one glance. One should know that inner strength was in the human body. If one didn't use inner strength, others wouldn't be able to determine one's strength. However, how could this mysterious young man in front of him see through him with one glance that he was an inner strength expert? This made Old Wang very puzzled. Tung Ching Shan, Old Wang muttered in his heart. In a dome-roofed building in the slave market square, young Master Li, who was wearing a white fur coat, stood by the window and looked at the few figures walking in the distance. Young Master, the people are here. Along with a voice, the fat old man came to the building and saluted respectfully. Greetings, young Master. Yes, what did those 3 people do just now? Also, where are they going now? Young Master Li was still facing the window as he asked indifferently. Those 3 people went to hire coachmen. They even said that they were going to travel all over the world. Although the fat old man didn't know why the legendary young master of the Fong residence cared about those three people, he didn't dare to hesitate. From what they said just now, they also said that they were going to the place that sells hunchback beasts to buy a few high-grade hunchback beasts. High-grade hunchback beasts. Young Masterly whispered to himself. Yes, you can leave. Young Masterly ordered. Yes. The fat old man didn't even dare to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he hastily left. At this moment, Tung Qingshan and the others arrived at a plaza that occupied an extremely large area. The plaza was filled with all kinds of wild animals. Gentlemen, this is the place that sells hunchbacked beasts. The young man who led the way smiled and said, not only hunchback beasts, but there are also big snakes, snow lions, and other ferocious beasts. There are also civet cats, snow-haired dogs, and some other animals that rich ladies like the most. Roar. A big black snake that was as thick as a person's thighs suddenly let out a roar. Its wriggling body suddenly collided with the iron cage. The snake's scales collided with the iron cage, producing a metallic clashing sound. The pair of cold eyes stared at the people outside the cage. Ah, little Ping was startled. It's all right. Don't be afraid. The young man who led the way wasn't afraid at all. He smiled as he walked. Tung Qingshan looked around. There were all kinds of strange, wild animals. If he were to go back to Earth in his previous life, most of them would be rare wild animals that he had never seen before. Some were ferocious and malevolent. Some were docile and cute, and some even made one's skin go numb. The number of wild animals in the plaza was innumerable. This shop specializes in selling hunchbacked beasts. It's the best shop in this area. The young man who led the way said, "What kind of hunchback beast do you want to buy?" A fat man with small eyes hastily asked with a smile. Hunchback beast, a high-grade hunchback beast. Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "It should be called Ho." Ho! The fat man with small eyes was overjoyed. "Please follow me." With that, the fat man with small eyes signaled the young man with his eyes. The young man was so excited that his eyes lit up. He knew clearly that he was going to make a fortune. As they walked beside the food troughs, the hunchback beasts were tied to them. "We still have 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse here," the fat man with small eyes hastily said. "Each of these Scarlet Wind Warhouse can travel 1,000 li in a day. Furthermore, they can carry a heavy load of several thousand jin. You came at the right time. Otherwise, these 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse would have been bought by someone long ago." Tung Qingshan knew this as well. Compared to the horses in the land of the 9 prefectures, hunchbacked beasts had a stronger carrying capacity. However, their running ability was weaker. In the land of the 9 prefectures, even the Dark Veins horse could travel 1,000 li in a day. However, the Dark Veins horse could not carry a heavy load of 10,000 jin. Of course, the price is slightly higher. A Scarlet Wind Warhouse costs 3,000 taels of silver. The fat man with small eyes said. The young man who led the way was beaming with joy. Mr. is here as well? An excited voice sounded. Chapter 334. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw a handsome young man surrounded by several people walking over with a smile. It was young Masterly. Young Masterly was dumbfounded as soon as he opened his mouth. This was because Tung Qingshan actually ignored his existence and completely ignored him. Tung Qingshan ordered the small-eyed fatty. "I want both of your Scarlet Wind Warhouse." 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse cost a total of 6,000 silver taels. "I'll call the chief steward over." The small-eyed fatty was very excited and hastily ran to call the chief steward in charge. Young Masterly, who was ignored by Tung Qingshan, couldn't help but feel angry. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger. Which martial saint expert in Duanmu continent doesn't put on airs? It would be strange if they didn't have arrogance. Young Masterly tried hard to persuade himself. Father said that I must be sincere to martial saint experts. Only then can I invite them. Although he wasn't clear about Tung Qingshan's strength, young Masterly determined that the person before him might be a martial saint. "You want to buy 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse?" An elder dressed in an embroidered robe smiled as he looked at Tung Ching Shan and the others. Suddenly, he glanced at young Master Li and was shocked. He hastily bowed and saluted, "Eldest young master." Yes. Only then did young Master Li walk over with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Tung Ching Shan and said, "Mister, take these 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse as a gift from me to Mister." In Duanmu continent, the title Mister was usually given to people they respected. "Thanks," Tung Ching Shan said indifferently. He didn't refuse anyone. Since someone was giving him a gift, why wouldn't he accept it? "Mister, there's a place to drink tea and rest." Young Masterly smiled and said, "Mister, let's go there together." "No, I still want to buy some items," Tung Ching Shan said. "Mister, just tell me what you want to buy. I'll just instruct the servants to take care of it," young Masterly said with a smile. Tung Ching Shan's heart stirred. He looked at young Master Li with interest and thought to himself, "Let's see what this little fellow wants to do." In Tung Ching Shan's eyes, a young master of the Fong residence was indeed a little fellow. After all, according to Tung Ching Shan's understanding, Duanmu continent had a total of 36 major cities and over 100 small cities. According to a rough estimate, although Duanmu continent had 2 prefectures in the land of the 9 prefectures, the population was only about 200 to 300 million. There were many innate experts. However, they were assigned to a main city. A main city would probably only have 1 or 2 innate rankers. Some powerful clans might have a few martial saints. A weak clan that didn't even have a martial sage. Martial saint? The martial saints of Duanmu continent are only innate experts. They are nothing. Currently, Tung Ching Shan was only 1 step away from the emptiness realm. No one in the innate realm would be a match for him. Such strength. Indeed, he had the right to not care about the Fong family. Even if all the martial saints of the continent came, it would only take a few spears. Tung Ching Shan was confident because of his strength. "I want to buy a carriage, a top-notch carriage," Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. "A carriage that can carry 10,000 jin of goods and can travel at a fast speed." Young Master Li was slightly startled. 10,000 jin of goods? Normally, the wheels of a carriage would sink when it carried 10,000 jin of goods. Therefore, Tung Ching Shan's requirements were indeed harsh. "All right, no problem. My men will bring the carriage here in 2 hours," young Master Li said with a smile. "This silver." Tung Ching Shan was just about to speak. Young Master Li hastily said, "Fong Li doesn't care about this small amount of money. Mister, how about we sit over there and drink some tea?" Tung Ching Shan glanced at Li Jun and nodded with a smile. At this moment, young Master Li definitely wouldn't look at Li Jun. In his eyes, Tung Ching Shan was much more important than a beautiful woman. In the chaotic Duanmu continent, experts were the most attractive to the clans. On the 2nd floor of a large building in the style of a courtyard house in the slave market, Tung Ching Shan, Li Jun, and young Master Li sat around a table. Looking past the hollowed-out fence, one could clearly see the spacious courtyard in the center of the building. This large building was shaped like a square, and the courtyard in the center was at least 15 zhang wide. At this moment, a huge iron cage that was 10 zhang long, 10 zhang wide, and more than 1 zhang tall was placed in the middle of the courtyard. This huge iron cage faintly reeked of blood. What is this iron cage for?" Tung Ching Shan asked in surprise. "Mister, you don't know?" Young Master Li was slightly surprised. Li Jun, who was at the side, said, "This is the first time my big brother has entered the slave market. He isn't familiar with this kind of place." Young Master Li nodded in understanding and said with a smile, "Mister must have heard of the gambling cage fight. This is the so-called cage fight." Gambling cage fight? Tung Ching Shan understood. Judging from young Master Li's tone, the people of Duanmu continent must have heard of the gambling cage fight. Young Master Li continued, "I estimate that the gambling cage fight will begin in a while." Tung Ching Shan and Li Jun both paid attention. A large number of guests had gathered on the 1st floor of the large building. Every one of them was discussing excitedly. "Second brother, are you betting on the person or the beast for the 1st round today?" "I lost yesterday." I don't believe I will lose again today. I will bet on the person. Boss Wong, you won a few thousand taels of silver yesterday, right? Sounds of discussion came from downstairs. As Tung Shan listened, he began to understand. From what they said, this gambling cage fight is about to happen. From what they said, this gambling cage fight should be a person and a beast. They will fight each other in the iron cage until only one of them survives. As for the spectators, they can bet on who will win. Roar! The roar of a beast suddenly resounded. The entire building quieted down. Tung Shan looked down from the second floor and saw a 1 zhang tall man wearing animal skin at the main entrance. His face looked like it was carved out of stone. His right hand, which was even bigger than a human face, was holding onto an iron chain and leading a snow-white snow lion as he walked in. Then, another strong man, who was 1 zhang tall, dragged a skinny man whose face was covered with scars and whose hands and feet were chained. Tung Shan looked in surprise at the two people who were holding the iron chain. So tall. Li Jun was also surprised. In the land of the 9 prefectures, it was extremely rare to see a person with a height of 1 zhang, 5 meters. Yet, 2 of them suddenly appeared here. Mister, those 2 people are from the Bluestone clan in the far north. They live around the Bluestone Lake in the northern Frosty region. Young Master Li said with a smile. The Bluestone clan lives in the extremely cold region of the north. Ordinary people can't survive in that kind of place. The people of the Bluestone clan have strong bodies and are born with great strength. Every member of the Bluestone clan is nearly 1 zhang tall when they grow up. They are born with the strength of 2 to 3,000 jin and are not afraid of the cold. Tung Shan exclaimed in his heart. A body that was 1 zhang tall could indeed be called a giant. Emperor, you once told me that the environment of the northern sea continent is bad. Tung Shan sighed in his heart. Survival of the fittest. The races that can survive in such a bad environment all have their strengths. In the courtyard downstairs, a middle-aged man wearing a golden felt hat and a thick leather coat laughed and said, "Everyone, it's the same old rule. The first round today is a fight between a human and a beast. The slaves that are going in a fight today have already fought twice. Both fights were between humans, and both of them killed the other 2. As for this snow lion, it fought once before. It tore the human who fought it into pieces. If the human wins, the odds are 1 to 3. If the snow lion wins, the odds are 1 to 1 and 3 points. Everyone, place your bets." The first floor immediately became lively, and the sound of bets rose and fell. The second floor was much quieter. Someone specifically ran to each table and asked about it. "Dear customers, do you want to place your bets?" A young man looked at Tung Shan, young Master Li, and the others with his black eyes. "Mister, do you want to play?" Young Master Li said with a smile. Tung Shan glanced downstairs and took out some silver from his bosom. 1 tael of silver for the human to win. Actually, from the payout ratio, it could be seen that the probability of the human to win was very low. 1 tael of silver. The other customers on the second floor were slightly shocked. It was because those who could go up to the second floor had to pay dozens of taels of silver just to drink some tea. Normally, the bets were above 100 taels of silver. Even on the first floor, there were very few people who bet less than 10 taels of silver. However, when those people saw young Master Li at the side, no one dared to say anything. "Too little." Tung Shan looked at the young man. No. The young man took the bet. "I also bet 1 tael of silver on the beast to win." Young Master Li said with a smile. With a bitter face, the young man took the bet again. Very soon, the bets for the 2 were sent over. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire building. The strong snow lion had already been placed into the iron cage. Once it was freed from its restraints, the snow lion roared in the iron cage and even used its sharp claws to attack the surrounding iron cage. This specially made iron cage trembled and emitted a chaotic sound. "Everyone, the bets are over. The gambling cage fight begins." The middle-aged man shouted loudly. Immediately, another Bluestone clan member untied the iron chains of the slave, opened the iron cage door and pushed the slave in. At the same time, he threw a short knife in. Clang! The iron cage door was closed again. At this moment, there was only a man and a beast in the huge iron cage. Oh! The slave in the iron cage cried out strangely like a wild beast. With the short knife in his hand, he continuously dodged in the iron cage. As for the snow lion, it advanced slowly and continuously, seemingly looking for an opportunity. Obviously, this snow lion knew that the human in front of it was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, phew! The snow lion suddenly scuttled out. As fast as lightning, it directly pounced towards the slave. The slave's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was ferocious. With a roar, he thrust his knife at the moment of life and death. Bang! The snow lion's tall body knocked the slave against the side of the iron cage, causing the iron cage to tremble. The snow lion was already powerless to the point of collapsing. As for the slave, he hugged the snow lion's head and roared. He continuously brandished the short knife and stabbed the snow lion's neck again and again. Fresh blood dyed the snow lion's fur red. Roar! The slave raised his head and roared excitedly. He finally survived. Although there would be other fights in the future, he had, after all, escaped the calamity. I won. Mother Cur, I have lost several thousand taels of silver. I have finally won once. The entire building was in an uproar. Mister, you have won. Young Masterly looked at Tung Ching Shan with a smile and said, I have come to this gambling cage fight many times. However, I have only encountered 3 times where a human won against a beast. This is the 3rd time. Tung Ching Shan smiled indifferently and looked down at the slave. Mister, do you know who is the most famous slave in this gambling cage fight? Young Masterly asked. I don't know. Tung Ching Shan shook his head. The tall middle-aged man beside young Masterly knew what his young master was thinking. He smiled and said, there was a very famous and valiant slave in the gambling cage fight. It was said that he was thrown into a group of wild beasts when he was young. However, he grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts and was born with great strength. Although he didn't know inner strength, his strength surpassed that of an inner strength expert. He won all 98 fights in this gambling cage fight. Even an expert at the peak of the post-liminary realm was torn apart by him. This slave was called Ominous Beast by everyone. Tung Ching Shan was a little surprised. He didn't know inner strength, but he could tear apart an expert at the peak of the post-liminary realm. Could it be that he also knows the internal martial art? A strange thought flashed through Tung Ching Shan's mind. Today, 3 chapters were completed. The important figures were about to appear. There were no updates for the first 3 days, but many brothers still voted for Tomato. Thank you. Now, Tomato also wanted to enter the rankings. Brothers who have monthly votes, please support Tomato. It's already the end of the month. It will be a waste if you don't vote. Please support Tomato. Voting method. Click recommend author for monthly votes below. Chapter 335. Oh, this slave named Xiongshou doesn't have inner strength, but he's still so powerful? Tung Ching Shan looked curious. Seeing that Tung Ching Shan finally took the initiative to talk about this topic, young Master Li was secretly delighted. Sir, young Master Li said with a smile, you don't know about this. This slave called Xiongshou grew up in a herd of beasts. He doesn't even know how to speak, and only knows how to roar like a wild beast. However, he was different from other barbarians, because he was extremely strong. His strength isn't something that the Bluestone clan can compare to. Extraordinary strength? Tung Ching Shan raised his eyebrows. He can even lift a boulder weighing over 10,000 jin with one hand. A hint of amazement appeared in young Master Li's eyes. He can easily tear apart a ferocious beast. Moreover, he is as ferocious as a beast. You haven't seen the terrifying scene of his gambling cage fight. His favorite thing to do is to tear his opponent to shreds and then bite them with his teeth. He's like a ferocious beast. In his daily life, he eats raw meat and drinks blood, just like a wild beast. Young Masterly sighed. Tung Qingshan pondered as he listened. According to young Master Li, this slave called Xiong Shou doesn't even know how to speak, and he even eats raw meat and drinks blood. He was just a barbarian. It could be concluded that he was not an expert of the internal martial arts who had received systematic instruction. He's a barbarian who hasn't been taught by humans. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but sigh at these savages who grew up among wild beasts. Can't speak the human language, even if it's very strong. At most, he would become a plaything for the human race. He would still be a slave. However, this barbarian has yet to cultivate inner strength. How is it possible for him to lift a 10,000-kilogram boulder with one hand? Tung Qingshan was puzzled. Apart from himself, Tung Qingshan had never seen anyone with physical strength that exceeded 10,000 jin. Beside him, Li Jun asked curiously, "Is this Xiong beast slave in the slave market?" Tung Qingshan also looked at young Master Li. Young Master Li shook his head with a smile. "Not anymore. I won't hide it from you. That vicious beast slave had long since been bought by my Fong family. Now it's in my mansion." "Oh." Tung Qingshan was intrigued. "Fong Li, previously when we were in the Rising Sun restaurant, we heard the roar of a beast coming from your Fong residence. Is that beast's roar the beast slave's roar?" Tung Qingshan inquired. Upon hearing this, young Master Li laughed and said, "Yes, it's him. This slave beast didn't understand the human language. He only knew how to roar when he was hungry. Now, the entire Danyang city could hear the roars of this beast every morning, noon, and evening. Sometimes this slave beast wanted to go out and run around. His temper is wild, and sometimes the Fong family can only go along with him." Tung Qingshan sighed inwardly. They were simply raising humans like animals. Since this ferocious beast slave can easily kill a peak post-liminary realm expert, such a powerful ferocious beast slave must be extremely powerful. Why would the slave market be willing to sell them? Li Jun, who was at the side, had a puzzled expression on her face. Young Master Li smiled and said, "Firstly, this slave beast is too powerful. As long as it was a gambling cage fight, the beast slave would definitely win. Since it was a sure win, the gamblers who came here naturally placed their bets on this slave beast. Moreover, even if they wanted the slave beast to fake it, the slave beast wouldn't understand. It was impossible to fake it. Therefore, as long as it was a gambling cage fight, betting on the slave beast to win would be a sure win. Tell me, would the slave market still dare to use the slave beast as a slave?" Upon hearing this, Li Jun couldn't help but laugh. Secondly, young Master Li continued, as the slave beast grew up, its physical strength became stronger and stronger. Moreover, it was too wild and couldn't be tamed. Many people in the slave market had been killed by this slave beast. Therefore, the slave market finally held an auction. The highest bidder would get it, and the slave beast was sold. The word sell also meant auction. In the land of the 9 prefectures, auction was called buying. Therefore, your Fong family obtained it. Tung Qingshan smiled. Young Master Li said helplessly, "What's the use of obtaining it? This slave beast is very stupid and can't be tamed. If it was placed on the battlefield, it wouldn't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. It was only occasionally that he could use it. Normally, it can only be raised. Unfortunately, in Duanmu continent, only the Tianfeng clan in the northern Frosty region has people who are proficient in the language of beasts." Tung Qingshan looked at Li Jun. Li Jun winked deliberately and raised her eyebrows proudly. Although Li Jun understood the language of beasts, Tung Qingshan couldn't let Li Jun work for the Fong family. "Everyone, the second round of today's gambling cage fight will be a fight between humans." An excited roar suddenly rang out. Immediately, the entire pavilion was filled with cheers. Everyone seemed very excited. The pavilion where the gambling cage fight was held was filled with noise and excitement. As Tung Qingshan drank tea with young Master Li, time slipped away silently. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. It was already evening. Clop, clop, clop. A warrior wearing iron armor walked up to the second floor of the pavilion and bowed respectfully to young Master Li. young master, the 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse, and the 4-wheel carriage made of Cloudy Mountain wood are ready. Yes. Young Masterly smiled and nodded. Mister, everything is ready. Young Masterly smiled. Huh. Tung Qingshan smiled and stood up. Li Jun stood up as well. The coachman, Old Wang, and Little Ping also came over. Thank you for your hospitality, young Masterly. I'll take my leave first. Tung Qingshan said with a faint smile. As he spoke, Tung Qingshan picked up the huge bag and left his seat with Li Jun, walking towards the stairs. Mister, wait a moment, young Masterly shouted. Tung Qingshan stopped and turned to look at young Masterly. Young Masterly smiled and said, Mister's strength is amazing. Our Fong family is in urgent need of talents from all over the world. Our Fong family doesn't want to miss out on a great talent like Mister. I, Fong Li, sincerely invite Mister to join our Fong family. Our Fong family is willing to serve you as a deacon. I hope Mister will agree. As he spoke, young Masterly cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Deacon. Although there weren't many guests on the 2nd floor, there were still some people who looked over in surprise. Who is this person? He actually made the Fong family's eldest young master bow to him, so respectfully. In the face of young Master Li's invitation, Tung Qingshan didn't hesitate at all. He casually waved his hand to the people behind him, carried the huge bag, and walked down the stairs with Li Jun. The coachman, Old Wang, and Little Ping also followed behind. Young Master, the expressions of the people behind young Master Li didn't look too good. The Fong family's eldest young master had extended an invitation, but the other party seemed to be very arrogant. He didn't even say a word and only waved his hand before leaving, especially in front of a large crowd. There was also a large group of people watching from his surroundings. Young Master Li bowed and didn't get up, but his expression was unsightly. I, Fong Li, extended an invitation just like what was written in the books. I sincerely invited him, but young Master Li felt that he was being humiliated. Moreover, young Master Li could clearly hear some people discussing in low voices on the 2nd floor. As he listened to the buzzing discussions, young Master Li's expression became even more unsightly. All of you shut up. Young Master Li suddenly shouted angrily. Then, he straightened his body and swept his gaze across the 2nd floor. His blade-like fierce gaze instantly silenced the people on the 2nd floor. Everyone, get out of my way! Young Master Li fiercely shouted. The officials and nobles on the 2nd floor were so scared that they didn't dare to say another word. Like stray dogs, they quickly left along the stairs one by one. In just a few breaths, the entire 2nd floor became empty. As these people went down the stairs, the people in the slave market knew that young Master Li was angry. Immediately, even the people on the 1st floor were chased out. All of a sudden, the entire building became quiet. Young Master Li's expression was cold. He held the railing with both hands and looked at the iron cage below. There were still some mutilated corpses in the iron cage, and the smell of blood permeated the air. He actually dared to ignore me. Young Master Li's expression was ashen, and his gaze was fierce. Young Master Li, the Fong residence's eldest young master, the future patriarch of the Fong residence. Now, he had already begun to make various decisions for the Fong family. As for the Fong residence, it was the owner of Danyang City and the area around it. It could be said that the Fong residence's eldest young master was the local tyrant who controlled nearly 10 million people, who dared to disobey the emperor's order. Therefore, no matter in the Rising Sun restaurant or the slave market, no one dared to offend him, young Master Li. When he asked those officials and nobles to get out, no one dared to say a word. However, nowadays, in Duanmu continent, all the great clans were fighting for hegemony and were thirsty for talents. Therefore, he put on airs and invited Tung Qingshan. If Tung Qingshan had tried to persuade him with kind words and tactfully rejected him, this young master of the Fong residence wouldn't have been so angry. However, in public, Tung Qingshan's arrogant departure caused the young master of the Fong residence to lose a lot of face. An emperor bowed to invite someone, but the other person didn't even say a word and left arrogantly. How could the emperor not be angry? Young master. At this moment, only Fong Hong dared to speak. Fong Hong, don't you think that this person is very insensible? I gave him face, but he rejected it. The young master of the Fong residence's gaze was cold and fierce. Fong Hong sighed in his heart. Young master has done well in fighting for hegemony with the other clans. In a few years, young master will probably inherit the position of the patriarch. However, young master has been raised by the clan since young and has never tasted the feeling of being at the bottom. No matter how intelligent he is, he values his face too much. He doesn't understand. Sometimes he has to endure. For the great cause, it is worth it to abandon face and dignity. In the entire Dwamu continent, there were only 200 to 300 million people. How many martial saints, innate experts, were there? Once the 36 main cities were divided, there were too few martial saints. The Fong residence only has one martial saint. He is also young master's great-grandfather. Young master has never interacted with other martial saints and doesn't understand the rules of interacting with martial saints. Fong Hong said to himself that Shangguan Yu from the Shangguan clan of the West Hang region followed the Bloodsaber martial saint for 3 years and became sworn brothers with him. Only then did the Bloodsaber martial saint join his Shangguan clan. Inviting a martial saint isn't that simple. The second floor was silent. Fong Hong bowed and said, Young master, if he is really a martial saint, then we can make him join our Fong clan. Even if we have to lower ourselves, it will be worth it. Oomph. Young Master Li snorted angrily. He had been pampered since he was young and was used to being self-centered. Even if he could barely disguise himself, how could he possibly lower his voice and lower his head? If he is really a martial saint, then so be it. If he isn't, then I will definitely sentence him to death to vent the anger in my heart. Young Master Li's gaze turned cold. Chapter 336. The bandit leader, Sun Yang, was very unlucky today. He actually robbed a super powerful expert and lost many of his men. But that was not all. When he arrived at Danyang City, he found a doctor and bought a large amount of medicinal herbs. He actually ran into the expert that he robbed before. He answered the other party's question while trembling with fear. Who would have thought that he would be captured by the men of the Fong clan? The Fong clan was the local tyrant of Danyang City and the surrounding few hundred li, in a spacious courtyard in the Fong residence. I, Sun Yang, pay my respects to young master. Sun Yang immediately knelt down. Young master, after that man with the surname Tung left the slave market, he met this brat and spoke to him. This brat definitely knows that man with the surname Tung. A triangular-eyed man hastily said, Oh, you know that man with the surname Tung? Young Master Li sat on a chair and asked indifferently. Sun Yang's body trembled slightly. He was terrified. I know him. Sun Yang nodded hastily. Previously, I led some of my brothers to rob this expert. Rob? The corners of young Master Li's mouth curled into a sneer. He didn't kill all of you. He didn't. Sun Yang hastily said, When that man was robbed by us, he slapped a hunchback beast with his palm. The hunchback beast smashed into our group and exploded. Those shattered bones were like hidden weapons, causing many of our brothers to die and be injured. We fled in fear, but that man didn't chase after us. Young Master Li frowned. Fong Hong and a lean man called Chong, who were standing behind young Master Li, also frowned. What else do you know? Young Master Li asked. I don't know anything else. Sun Yang shook his head. Okay, get lost. Young Master Li said impatiently. Yes. Sun Yang hastily left in fear. Soon, only young Master Li and a few of his subordinates were left in the courtyard. Young Master. The lean man called Chong said he was able to send the hunchback beast flying with one palm and even made it explode. The shattered bones were like hidden weapons. This man is very strong. He might be a martial saint. Young Master Li looked at the tall, middle-aged man, Fong Hong. Fong Hong frowned and didn't say anything. Oomph. Whether he is a martial sage or not, we will know very soon. Young Master Li stood up and walked out of the courtyard. The others quickly followed him. Fong residence, young Master Li's personal training field. A four-wheeled carriage made entirely of black metal was at the edge of the training field. On the carriage, there was a large iron cage welded together with iron rods as thick as an arm. The large iron cage was welded to the carriage, and the two were connected as one. Ho, ho! Inside the cage, there was a man with messy hair that reached his waist, a barbarian with a naked body. This savage was naked. Only his waist and crotch area were covered with animal skin pants. It was such a cold day, yet he was naked. His lean and sturdy body seemed to be made of steel, a pair of slightly red eyes, like a ferocious beast. He roared at young Master Li and the others who had entered the training field. Yes, Ominous Beast is hungry. Let them prepare the food for Ominous Beast at night, young Master Li instructed. Yes. Young Master Li walked to the front of the iron cage of the carriage and carefully observed this savage. His eyes lit up as he clicked his tongue and praised. Look, what a strong body. This slave, Ominous Beast, looks like he is only 15 or 16 years old, but he has such incredible strength. In the iron cage, the savage youth who was called Ominous Beast was staring at the humans outside the cage like a tiger watching its prey. This teenager, Ominous Beast, had iron chains on both of his hands and his legs. These chains were specially made. Even with Ominous Beast's strength, he couldn't break them. Young Master. The few people who were in charge of serving the savage youth rushed over and immediately saluted. Yes. Young Master Li walked over and took some of the game that these people brought. He carried a wild rabbit that was still alive and threw it into the cage through the gap. The teenager, Ominous Beast, grabbed the wild rabbit and tore it apart. Blood gushed out. He lowered his head and tore out a large piece of meat from the wild rabbit, chewed it, and swallowed it. When young Master Li saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. "Who hi?" Young Master Li called out. Immediately, a short man with several scars on his face approached and bowed. Young Master. Tomorrow morning, I am going out to hunt with Ominous Beast. Young Master Li said. Hunt. The short man was startled. Think of a way to train Ominous Beast. Let it know that it should attack people wearing white clothes. Young Master Li said calmly. Will this be a problem? White clothes. The short man thought for a moment and nodded. Although he didn't understand the language of beasts, but sometimes, when taming beasts, they could make them do some simple things. They didn't need to understand the language of beasts. They only needed to think of a way to make the beast understand their request. Complicated requests couldn't be explained. However, a simple request was still fine. Young Master. Feng Hong was shocked. However, young Master Li smiled and said, Feng Hong, that person with the surname Tung is now staying in an inn, right? Yes, young Master. Feng Hong was slightly worried, but don't worry. Young Master Li smiled and said, It is already late. They are staying in an inn. When they leave the city tomorrow morning, we can just pretend that we met by chance. When that time comes, we can just pretend that we were careless and let Ominous Beast escape. With the strength of Ominous Beast, unless he is a martial saint, he won't be able to stop it. If he doesn't die tomorrow, Feng Li, will definitely sincerely invite him again. If he is killed by Ominous Beast, Feng Li's face darkened. Then he can only blame himself for being arrogant without strength. He deserves to die. As for his woman, I will also take her. Young Master. Feng Hong hastily said, that person might take his anger out on. What's that to take his anger out on? We didn't do anything. It was Ominous Beast that did. When that time comes, we will pretend to help stop it. Feng Li smiled and said, when that time comes, the main thing is to do everything well. That person with the surname Tung will definitely not suspect anything. When that time comes, we will bring a battalion of men over just in case. Asterisk, 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 asterisk night. On the third floor of an inn in Danyang City, Tang Qingshan was standing in front of the back window of the room. During the era of Emperor Yu, Duanmu continent only had a population of a few million. Now, there are actually 200 to 300 million. A smile appeared on Tang Qingshan's face as he thought to himself, The level of prosperity here is not much different from the land of the 9 prefectures. Through the back window, Tung Qingshan's gaze fell on a luxurious carriage in the backyard of the inn. A lame man was leaning on the carriage with a cigarette in his mouth. The lame man was Old Wang. Tung Qingshan had once asked him to stay in the inn, but Old Wang refused. He even said that the carriage made of cloudy mountain wood and the scarlet wind war hoe were very expensive. Therefore, he insisted on spending the night in the carriage. Smoke rose. Old Wang held the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes blurred. No one knew what he was thinking. This Old Wang is an inner strength expert. Yet, he is willing to take 30 taels of silver a month to be a coachman. Tung Qingshan looked at Old Wang below and felt slightly puzzled. With Tung Qingshan's strength, he was able to see Old Wang at first glance. From Old Wang's eyes and every detail of his body, Tung Qingshan could tell that Old Wang was an expert. The strength of a person's spirit could be determined from the eyes. If the eyes were dull and lifeless, it meant that the spirit was weak. As for the eyes of a super expert, they were usually restrained like a serene and deep pool, deep and unfathomable. And once they were angry, their gaze would even dazzle the eyes of others. Screech! A bird cry came from Li Jun's room next door. Phew! Phew! 2 shadows, one in front and one behind, darted into Li Jun's room from the back window with lightning speed. It was too frightening to have 2 great demonic beasts by her side. Therefore, the whole Gale Eagle and Blue One usually flew freely in the sky. Of course, they couldn't be too far away from Tung Qingshan and the others. Li Jun called out. They would arrive soon. At night, Li Jun rested with Tung Qingshan and the others. It's time for me to practice fist techniques. Ever since my internal supreme force stepped into the middle stage, I have been practicing fist techniques for a long time. Ever since my internal supreme force entered the middle stage, it has been a year. I feel that I'm only a little bit away from the late stage. The power of Tung Qingshan's internal supreme force was also extremely great. The middle stage of the internal supreme force was able to exert a force of nearly 400,000 jin. According to Tung Qingshan's estimation, the late stage of the internal supreme force should have an explosive force of 800,000 jin. In addition to his physical strength, it would be extremely shocking. Immediately, Tung Qingshan began to practice his fist techniques in the room. The next morning, Tung Qingshan carried the huge package containing the gold chest and ate breakfast with Li Jun and Little Ping. As for Old Wang, he took a few buns and ate them in the carriage. All right, everyone get ready to depart. Tung Qingshan carried the package and went to the backyard of the inn with Li Jun and the others. Boss, let me put this package in, Old Wang said enthusiastically. Hearing this, Li Jun and Little Ping revealed a strange smile. You'll help me? Tung Qingshan also smiled and gently put the big package on the ground. Yes, you can do it. This package contained 10,000 jin of gold, the reincarnation spear, and the splitting mountain axe. It was such a big package, but in Tung Qingshan's hands, it was naturally easy. It was like an ordinary package. Old Wang leaped off the carriage and grabbed the package with a smile. Old Wang's expression changed slightly. Old Wang, it's fine if you can't move it. Li Jun covered her mouth and laughed. It's fine. Old Wang didn't believe it. Old Wang exerted force with his right hand, but the entire package trembled slightly and didn't move at all. This scene caused Li Jun and Little Ping, who were at the side, to laugh. Old Wang put his pipe aside and grabbed the package with both hands. He took a deep breath. He finally picked up the big package, but Old Wang's face was flushed. It wasn't an easy task to put it in the carriage and place it in a corner. Old Wang, let me do it. Tung Qingshan smiled and grabbed the package as if he was grabbing a feather. He stepped onto the carriage, and the carriage didn't even shake. He then placed the big package in the innermost part of the carriage. Old Wang, what's wrong? Li Jun and Little Ping giggled as they looked at Old Wang. Old Wang's face was filled with shock. He already knew that this package weighed at least 10,000 jin. Even if he was a Hollow Dan innate expert, even if he could carry this package, how could he walk up the stairs without causing the stairs to crack? How could he get onto the carriage so easily and without the carriage shaking? How heavy was a carriage that weighed 10,000 jin? What kind of controllability was this? Old Wang finally understood what kind of master he had followed. Little June and Little Ping have entered the carriage. Old Wang, don't just stand there and stare blankly. Hurry up and drive the carriage. We need to leave the city as soon as possible. Tung Shan was currently riding on another hunchback beast and said with a smile, "Yes, master." Old Wang hastily replied. Even the way he looked at Tung Shan was completely different from before. Chapter 337. Jia, Jia, Jia. A great number of cavalrymen galloped across the plains, causing the earth to tremble. At the forefront of this group of cavalrymen were 4 Scarlet Wind war house galloping together, pulling a large carriage made of black metal. The young slave, Xiong Shou, was trapped in a welded iron cage on the carriage. The Scarlet Wind war house could carry a weight of nearly 10,000 jin. If they were to pull the carriage, they would naturally be able to carry even heavier goods. This specially made carriage weighed 60,000 jin. Because it weighed 60,000 jin, even though Xiong Shou had left the iron cage, the iron chains that bound him were still tightly connected to the carriage. Even Xiong Shou would not be able to escape while dragging a 60,000 jin object. Fong Hong, how does it feel to command an army of thousands and horses to gallop? At this moment, young Master Fong Li was slightly excited. Beside him, Fong Hong only smiled. There will be a day. Fong Li pointed at the boundless land in front of him and said, "I will make the land that my eyes can see become my territory. I will make everyone on the land listen to my orders." Fong Li was high-spirited at this moment. He also had a dream. He dreamed that one day he could be like the thunder blade deity Duanmu Yu and unify the entire continent. The boundless land in all directions. There will be a day when my will cover the entire continent. No one will be able to defy me. Young Master Fong Li rode on a trampling cloud golden hoe with lofty ambitions. Young Master, the group of people surnamed Tung has arrived. A subordinate immediately reported. The corners of Fong Li's mouth curled up into a smile as he thought to himself, "This surnamed Tung cannot defy my will. If he is a martial saint, I will spare his life today. If he is not a martial saint." Fong Hong, who was at the side, sighed inwardly. This young master was good in every aspect, except for his arrogance. Jia. Fong Li immediately rode on the trampling cloud golden hoe and led the carriage, carrying Xiong Shou and the 500 cavalrymen towards the official road in a formidable manner. On the official road, Tung Shan was riding on a hunchbacked beast while the coachman, Old Wang, was driving the carriage forward. In order to let Little June and Little Ping sit more comfortably in the carriage, the speed was not fast. Tung Shan looked to the west. An army was charging towards them. What's wrong? Li Jun and Little Ping also looked outside through the 2 windows on the left side of the carriage. The carriage was a 4-wheeled carriage, and the interior was extremely spacious, enough to accommodate more than 10 people. For such a large carriage, there were windows on both sides of the carriage. "Mister," a hearty laughter came from afar. Fong Li, who was dressed in a golden battle robe, rode on a treading cloud golden hoe that was nearly 20 feet long and rushed over like a god of war. Behind him was a formidable group of several hundred cavaliers that were like a torrent of steel. "Stop!" Tung Shan extended his hand. "Nay, nay." Old Wang stopped his horse. Li Jun and Little Ping looked out of the carriage's window. "What a coincidence. I just brought the berserk beasts out to hunt this morning. I didn't expect to meet you here." Fong Li stopped his war hoe and laughed. "However, I didn't expect that you would leave the city so early this morning. If I didn't meet you this morning, it would be difficult to meet you again." "Berserk beasts?" Tung Shan said in surprise. "That slave berserk beasts?" "Yes, that's him." Fong Li smiled and said, "Mister, do you want to take a look?" To be honest, Tung Shan was very curious about a slave youth that didn't cultivate inner strength but had a physical strength of several tens of thousands of gene. After all, no matter if it was the land of the 9 prefectures or the Duanmu continent, Tung Shan had never seen anyone with such a strong physical strength other than himself. Let's go and take a look. Tung Shan jumped off the hunchback beast. Berserk beasts? Li Jun also got off the carriage with Little Ping. Mr. Berserk beasts are in this carriage. Fong Li rode on the treading cloud Golden Ho and quickly rushed to the side of the huge carriage. He turned his head and said to Tung Shan with a smile. However, Fong Li was secretly delighted. He glanced at the people driving the carriage. Among the people driving the carriage was Hu Hai, who knew how to tame beasts. Hu Hai understood the young master's intention, to create the scene of berserk beasts breaking out of the cage by chance. Hu Hai had already set up the mechanism of the iron cage. He only needed to do a little bit of work. "Mister, please take a look," Fong Li said enthusiastically. Tung Shan stood beside the 4 Scarlet Wind Warhouse and raised his head to look at the slave berserk beasts in the iron cage. Although he was called berserk beasts, he actually looked like a youth of 15 or 16 years old. His body was lean and sturdy, as if he was made of steel. His hair was messy and long, but the most eye-catching thing about him were his nails and eyes. His nails were like sharp claws. His eyes flashed with an undisguised ferocity. Roar, roar. The youth berserk beast rammed against the iron cage and let out a series of roars. The iron chains on his body vibrated and emitted heavy sounds. Fong Li was secretly delighted. Yesterday, Tung Shan and Li Jun both wore white fur coats. Normally, it was impossible to change clothes every day in such a cold season. Therefore, Fong Li sent people to train berserk beasts to attack people wearing white clothes. If Tung Shan and Li Jun really changed their clothes today, Fong Li had no choice. However, just as he had guessed, Tung Shan and Li Jun had only worn the white fur coats for a day. How could they change? He really doesn't understand human language. Tung Shan looked at the youth berserk beasts in the iron cage and sighed. Suddenly, bang! The youth berserk beasts rammed against the iron cage again and again. As if there was a problem with one of the joints, the iron cage's door was knocked open. Not many people knew that berserk beasts wanted to come out and harm people. For example, among the people driving the carriage, only Hu Hai knew about it. The others didn't know. The 500 cavalrymen didn't know as well. The coachman was the first to cry out in alarm. "Protect young master!" The cavalryman shouted as well. Roar! The youth berserk beast pushed off the ground with his hands and feet and leaped up like a ferocious tiger. He transformed into a blur and pounced at Tung Shan, who was wearing a white fur coat, 2 zhang away. The thick and long iron chain that connected his body to the carriage was 15 zhang long. In other words, the youth berserk beast could kill anyone within a range of 15 zhang. At this moment, the distance between Tung Shan and the iron cage was only 2 zhang, 5 meters away. When a youth berserk beast pounced at him, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to react in time. "Mister, be careful!" Fong Li hastily shouted with a terrified expression. "Interesting." Tung Shan waved his right hand. Bang! A palm landed on the youth berserk beast's shoulder. The youth berserk beast was sent flying. However, he flipped over and landed on his hands and feet. He was like a wild beast that was accumulating power. Suddenly, the youth berserk beast's entire body faintly became bigger, and his arms became slightly thicker. Buzz! A very faint sound rang out. However, in Tung Shan's ears, this faint sound was no less than a thunderclap. "What?" Tung Shan's eyes widened. He was astonished as he thought to himself, This sound is coming from within his body. This is..." Ever since Tung Shan started fleeing, he had never been so astonished. Even when he saw the celestial jade annulus, he wasn't as astonished as he was now. Resonating tendons and bones. Boom! The youth berserk beast dashed out again. This time, Tung Shan didn't use much strength. He only used his slightly superior strength to push the youth berserk beast back slightly. At the same time, he carefully sensed the youth berserk beast's attacking methods and strength. Protect young master. Hurry. The disorderly cavalryman protected Fong Li well. However, Fong Li hastily shouted, "Mister, run quickly. This berserk beast is wild and hard to tame. He's very crazy." However, at this moment, how could Tung Qingshan listen to Fong Li? Although Fong Li shouted this, he was secretly delighted in his heart. Slightly superior? However, when Berserk Beast was still young, even the experts who had the upper hand were killed when they encountered Berserk Beasts. Fong Li clearly knew how savage and crazy this youth Berserk Beast's methods were. Tung Qingshan was completely astonished as he thought to himself, he is a youth Berserk Beast who doesn't know how to speak and only knows how to roar. He actually reached the realm of resonating muscles and bones. This is something that only a grandmaster of the internal martial arts can achieve. Could it be that he actually comprehended the origin concept of Xing-Yi martial arts after living with wild beasts for a long time? In the history of Xing-Yi martial arts, in Tung Qingshan's previous life, there were many people who used wild beasts as their teachers and achieved breakthroughs and reach the Grandmaster realm. However, to reach the Grandmaster realm without any guidance, that would be terrifying. In the past, martial ancestor Jijike created the godly tiger form technique. This youth berserk beast, who doesn't understand the human language, actually managed to comprehend the essence of Xing-Yi martial arts through numerous gambling cage fights. Tung Qingshan's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, good aptitude. Good aptitude. I actually encountered such a talented and fine jade. Tung Qingshan was ecstatic. He wanted to create a third branch in the land of the 9 prefectures that was different from the Taoist and Buddhist sects. Internal martial arts. However, for a branch to flourish, the teacher was important. However, there must be a disciple who could inherit the teacher's skills. Internal martial arts had an extremely high requirement for aptitude. It was extremely difficult to reach the Grandmaster realm. Now that the heavens have sent such a talented and fine jade to me, how can I not accept it? Tung Qingshan's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, this youth berserk beast is the eldest disciple under Tung Qingshan's tutelage. Tung Qingshan had already made a decision. Why hasn't he been killed yet? What's going on? Fong Li, who was under the protection of the night, started to feel anxious. Along with the extremely happy laughter, Tung Qingshan's right hand actually grabbed Xiongshou's left and right hands and kicked Xiongshou's abdomen, causing Xiongshou to fall to the ground and gnaw on the dirt. Xiongshou unwillingly tried to struggle free. However, Tung Qingshan's right hand was like an iron hoop. It made it impossible for Xiongshou to struggle free. What? Fong Li, who was watching this scene from afar, was greatly shocked. This person's surname Tung is actually so strong. Of course, he knew how astonishing Xiongshou's brute force was. However, there's actually someone who was able to stop Xiongshou from struggling free with just one hand. Without a doubt, this person's strength was definitely at the Martial Saint realm. Martial Saint. Fong Li was slightly unwilling, but he still took a deep breath and thought to himself, no matter what, this person's surname Tung is still a martial saint. If he joins my Fong clan, in the future, won't he still have to fight for me? Yes, I must subdue him and use him for me. Fong Li had already made up his mind. This Xiongshou is very strong. It is definitely true that he can lift a huge rock that weighs 10,000 jin with one hand. I feel that the strength of his arms is close to 10,000 jin. Tung Qingshan was secretly delighted. After all, he had improved according to the most perfect plan. Thus, when he was 16 years old, his strength was close to 200,000 jin, which was 2 times that of this youth. Xiongshou bared his teeth and stared at Tung Qingshan unwillingly. His eyes were filled with wildness and unwillingness. Tung Qingshan's eyes turned cold and filled with killing intent. Simultaneously, he exerted force with his right hand and Xiongshou's wrists were in extreme pain. Xiongshou was subdued and no longer dared to bare his teeth and roar. This Xiongshou's nature is like that of a wild beast. When my strength surpasses his and he feels the killing intent, he will bow to the strong. Tung Qingshan felt that the disciple he was about to accept was not a human, but a wild beast. It seems that teaching him in the future will be very difficult. Tung Qingshan muttered in his heart, but it could not conceal his joy. Clang! Tung Qingshan grabbed the iron chain that was connected to the carriage and tied Xiongshou up tightly, making him unable to struggle. Tung Qingshan then loosened his grip. Mr. Fong Li, who was escorted by many knights, rushed over and asked, Mister, are you all right? Haha, I'm fine. Tung Qingshan was in a very good mood at this moment. This Xiongshou's wild nature has not changed. If Mister was really injured today, then Fong Li would not be able to rest easy. Fong Li smiled and said, Fortunately, Mister's strength is extraordinary and divine, and you captured this Xiongshou. It also allowed me to see Mister's shocking strength. Mister, my Fong family is thirsty for talent. I, Fong Li, would like to invite Mister to join my Fong family again. Mister, if you have any wish, please feel free to tell me. Fong Li, don't mention this again. Tung Qingshan said. Fong Li was unwilling, but he had just seen Tung Qingshan's strength. He could only hate in his heart as he thought to himself, the one with the surname Tung. I have invited you several times, but you refuse to give me face. Fine, one day, I will make you beg me on your knees. Since Mister is unwilling, Fong Clan will not force you. Fong Li continued to smile and said, Men, put Xiongshou into the iron cage and lock him up. Don't come out and hurt people again. Yes. Immediately, many people rushed over. At this moment, Xiongshou was tied up by the iron chain and posed no threat. Fong Li, this Xiongshou will follow me from now on, Tung Qingshan said calmly. How could he let this disciple go? What? Fong Li was startled. The knights also stopped and turned their heads to look at their leader, Fong Li. Fong Li, I need to hurry on with my journey. I will leave first. Tung Qingshan picked up Xiongshou. Fong Li was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to use Xiongshou to deal with Tung Qingshan. Who would have thought that he would suffer a double loss? Not only did he fail to deal with Tung Qingshan, he even lost a powerful Xiongshou. At this moment, Li Jun, who was at the side, walked over and said, Big brother Tung, don't worry. Tung Qingshan was immersed in the joy of obtaining a good disciple and didn't notice anything wrong. However, Li Jun, who was outside the situation, felt that there was a problem. Why did Xiongshou break out of the cage so coincidentally? Why did he attack Tung Qingshan alone? Tung Qingshan stared at Li Jun. Li Jun let out a deep roar towards Xiongshou. Xiongshou was stunned at first, but his eyes immediately revealed an expression of ecstasy. He hadn't been able to communicate with humans for more than 10 years, but now he could finally. Xiongshou roared repeatedly in response to Li Jun's question. As she listened, Li Jun's expression turned ugly. What's wrong, little Jun? Tung Qingshan was startled. Big brother Tung. Li Jun pointed angrily at Fong Li, who had already mounted the trampling cloud golden hoe, and roared angrily. It wasn't a coincidence that Xiongshou came out. Fong Li purposely arranged for Xiongshou to attack the person wearing white. It was obvious that Fong Li wanted to kill Big Brother Tung, but he also wanted to kill us. This kind of person must not be spared. 3 chapters finished. Brothers, do you have monthly votes? Do you have recommendation votes? Can you leave a message? If you can cast a monthly vote, then cast a monthly vote. If you can cast a recommendation vote, then cast a recommendation vote. Tomato needs the support of his brothers. Chapter 338. We can't go around them. Li Jun's angry rebuke reverberated across the plains. Fong Li, who was riding the trampling cloud golden hoe, was filled with panic. How could this be? How could that woman speak the language of beasts? In this world, Only the Tianfeng clan of the northern Frosty region knows the language of beasts. There are hundreds of millions of people in this world. How could there be such a coincidence that a person who knows the language of beasts would appear here? Tung Qingshan's eyes seemed to flicker with lightning as murderous intent appeared. This Fong Li is indeed ruthless. He made Xiong Shou kill the person wearing white. No wonder he wore a white robe yesterday and changed into a golden battle robe today. He deliberately wants to kill me, Little June, and the others. This kind of person deserves to die. Tung Qingshan didn't have the slightest bit of pity for this kind of person. Fong Li, you are courting death. An angry roar that was like rolling thunder spread in all directions. This angry roar scared Fong Li so much that his heart trembled. His face turned pale as he hastily shouted, "This person wants to assassinate us. Stop him! Quick, stop him!" Fong Li's shout was hoarse, and the 500 cavalrymen could hear it clearly. The soldiers had to obey orders. All the cavalrymen immediately went to protect Fong Li. "Young master, what's going on?" Only a small portion of the 500 cavalrymen heard Li Jun's words. The majority of the people didn't hear it at all. Many of them were puzzled and didn't understand. "Fong Li, do you think you can escape?" The angry roar of the god of war reverberated in the heavens and the earth. Tung Qingshan grabbed the iron chain that connected Xiong Shou's body to the carriage and exerted force. With a chi sound, the iron chain broke as if he was crushing a piece of tofu. Tung Qingshan grabbed the iron chain and shook it fiercely. Even though the part that was tied to Xiong Shou's body was broken, the iron chain was still 30 zhang long. Rumble. The vibration of the iron chain was transmitted to the carriage, causing the carriage to shake. "Shield formation!" The leader of the cavalrymen roared. The 500 cavalrymen immediately lined up in an orderly manner. The first row of spears was like a forest as they waited quietly. Tung Qingshan was like a god of war from ancient times. Every step he took caused the ground to shake. With just 2 steps, he kicked the carriage made of black metal that weighed 60,000 jin. An earthy yellow electric light flew up from Tung Qingshan's foot and completely shone on the entire carriage. Boom! The entire carriage exploded, completely breaking apart from its chains. Tung Qingshan held the 30 zhang long iron chain in his hand and kicked twice with lightning speed. The violent internal supreme force acted on the fragments of the carriage. Rumble, Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The thousands of metal shards on the carriage shot forward like shooting stars toward the cavaliers who were lined up neatly and prepared to defend themselves. "No, run!" This was especially true for the first row of cavalrymen. Their faces were drained of all color in an instant as they screamed and no longer cared about their formation. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. One by one, the metal shards pierced through the chest, abdomen, or head, especially those in the first row. Some of the cavalrymen were shot full of holes. Roar, roar. The hunchback beasts that were originally obedient also roared and ran in disorder after being shot by a large amount of metal shards. It was only the first wave, but only a few dozen people died. However, there were even more injured. Most importantly, the hunchbacked beasts ran in panic, causing the cavalry formation to completely collapse. "Haha!" Tung Qingshan laughed loudly. Every step he took covered a distance of 5 to 6 zhang. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble and crack. He was like the god of earth. At the same time, he waved a 30 zhang long black iron chain. Phew, phew. The iron chain turned into a windmill. Once the 30 zhang long iron chain danced, with Tung Qingshan as the center, the area of 30 zhang, 5 meters, around him would become a death zone. Such a large area caused many cavalrymen to scream in fear. They frantically tried to escape the death zone. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they jumped down from their hunchback beasts and lay on the ground. Whoosh! The iron chain windmill swept past. Those who couldn't escape in time and had slow reactions were directly minced in a minced meat by the iron chain windmill. In the blink of an eye, Tung Qingshan, who was waving the iron chain windmill, rushed through the cavalry formation. So terrifying. Is he human? As the numerous surviving cavalrymen watched Tung Qingshan's back as he chased after young Master Fong Li, their legs still felt weak and their hearts were beating wildly. To these soldiers, the terrifying person who was waving the iron chain windmill was simply the god of death. Fighting with him was the same as throwing away your life. Little Ping and the coachman, Old Wang, looked at this scene in shock. Boss, he mad. Old Wang knew that Tung Qingshan was powerful, but when he saw this scene, his heart still trembled. Uncle, you're too powerful. Little Ping clenched her fists tightly. She immediately lowered her head and looked at Xiong Shou, who was tied up by the iron chain. You actually wanted to kill Uncle and us? Now you're dumbfounded, right? If Uncle wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as killing a fish. Little Ping was obviously proud of following Tung Qingshan. Xiong Shou didn't understand what Little Ping said at all. He only stared at the scene happening in the distance in horror. He had been bound by the iron chain for a long time and was very clear about how strong and heavy the iron chain was. He had a great strength of nearly 10,000 jin, but he couldn't break the iron chain. It was easy to guess that the iron chain was extraordinary. The Fong clan spent a great amount of money to hire a powerful craftsman to specially forge this iron chain. The 150 zhang long iron chain weighed nearly 10,000 jin. Tung Qingshan could wave the iron chain that weighed nearly 10,000 jin. Moreover, he could wave it so swiftly and violently, and he could run so fast. It was indeed terrifying. Xiong Shou's simple intelligence allowed him to understand one thing: that human was much stronger than him. Quick, stop him, stop him. Fong Li roared as if he had gone mad. He sat on the trampling cloud Golden Ho and dashed madly. Unfortunately, although the trampling cloud Golden Ho was fast, once Tung Qingshan erupted with speed, he was even faster than it. How could this be? How could this be? Fong Li was completely confused. Behind him, the sound of Tung Qingshan's footsteps, which caused the earth to shake, and the sound of the iron chain and the windmill were rapidly approaching. I will be the future patriarch of the Fong clan. I will lead the army and conquer the main cities one by one. I will unify the world and make everyone worship me as their lord. How can I die today? Fong Li was unwilling to believe it. He still had great ambitions that he hadn't completed. How could this be? I have calculated everything. Even if Xiong Shou fails, this person wouldn't know that I was the one who arranged it. But how could there be someone who understands the language of beasts by his side? Also, how could that person be so strong? There are 500 cavalrymen, but they couldn't even stop him for 10 minutes. Fong Li was unwilling. It's the heavens that killed me. Fong Li roared. Fong Li, are you still thinking of escaping? A powerful voice rang out. The dancing iron chain was like a terrifying python as it swept through Fong Li's surroundings. Immediately, none of the people who were protecting Fong Li dared to resist this iron chain that was like a python. Who? Everyone, including Fong Li, leaped to the ground. Fong Li fell to the ground and was about to escape. Fong Li. That voice almost scared Fong Li out of his wits. He raised his head and looked in front of him. Tung Qingshan was standing in front of him while holding the thick and long iron chain that was covered in blood. It's over. Fong Hong, who was not far from Fong Li, sighed in his heart. Tung Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the dazed Fong Li. He was no longer as carefree as he was before. You can't kill me. Fong Li suddenly raised his head and hastily said, This won't do you any good. Fong clan, Fong Li, I saw that you were quite smart before, but now you've become muddle-headed. Tung Qingshan's voice was calm. His gaze was as though he was looking at a corpse. I didn't want to kill, but you provoked me. As for the Fong clan you spoke of, in my eyes, your Fong clan is nothing. Tung Qingshan kicked out. Pooh! Fong Li had no time to dodge. The tip of Tung Qingshan's foot kicked Fong Li's throat. Hee. Fong Li's eyes widened as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Before death came, many scenes appeared in his mind. His diligence when he was young and how he stood out among his peers in the Fong clan. From then on, He was the favored son of the heavens. Who didn't know young Master Li? He had a grand plan to draw and a dream to realize. Unfortunately, following Tung Qingshan's kick, everything became empty. Fong Li's eyes dimmed, and his body fell to the ground, no longer moving. Clang! Tung Qingshan's hand loosened, and the iron chain fell to the ground. Afterwards, Tung Qingshan walked back, leaving Fong Li's right-hand men looking at each other in dismay. "Oh, right." Tung Qingshan turned around and looked at Fong Hong. "I've seen you a few times before. I think your name is Fong Hong. Go back and tell the patriarch of the Fong clan. If he wants to take revenge on me, I don't mind. However, this is merely a grudge between me and Fong Li. If the Fong clan were to get involved, if the Fong clan gets involved, it'll be a grudge between me and the Fong clan. Before you take revenge on me, get ready. From now on, the Fong clan will be erased from the Duanmu continent." Tung Qingshan spoke calmly, but his words caused the surrounding people to tremble with fear. When Tung Qingshan walked past the group of cavalrymen, the cavalrymen distanced themselves from Tung Qingshan. There was a distance of over 20 zhang between them. "So scary. Captain, why is this person so powerful?" The cavalrymen were completely confused. The captain who was questioned had a trace of blood on his face. His heart trembled as he looked at Tung Qingshan's back and the mess around him. He muttered, "How do we offend him? How would we dare to stop him? We're courting death." If the cavalrymen knew the consequences, how would they dare to stop him? Now that they thought about it, it was indeed courting death. "Big brother Fong Hong, what should we do now?" The people looked at Fong Li's corpse and then at Fong Hong. Fong Hong carried Fong Li's corpse and said with a sullen face, "Don't spread the news of young master's death for now. Now, let the patriarch decide." "Uncle." Little Ping cheered. "Boss, I Old Wang, have really broadened my horizons." Tung Qingshan smiled and looked at Xiong Shou, who was tied up like a dumpling. "Little June, help me ask him if he's willing to take me as his teacher." Chapter 339. Li Jun smiled in surprise. "Big brother Tung, you have never accepted a disciple before. This should be the first." Old Wang, who was at the side, said in surprise, "Disciple? What do you mean?" Li Jun hastily explained, "A disciple is a follower. In Duanmu continent, there was no such thing as a disciple. Instead, it was called a follower. Calling him master meant calling him teacher." Roar, roar. Li Jun lowered her head and looked at Xiong Shou. Xiong Shou's eyes were filled with an indescribable color as he roared. Xiong Shou was unable to communicate with humans for many years, so he liked the girl who understood the language of beasts very much. He felt that the girl before him was the cutest and nicest person among humans. "Boss, with your strength, it is a blessing. Xiong Shou will definitely agree." Old Wang chuckled. Of course. Little Ping was also full of confidence in Tung Qingshan. Of course. Little Ping was also full of confidence in Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan lowered his head and looked at Xiong Shou. The more he looked, the more he liked him. This was a good disciple who could pass on his legacy to Tung Qingshan. In the future, he would be able to develop his internal martial arts. Without anyone's guidance, he was able to reach the Grandmaster realm by just learning from Xiong Shou and sensing the nature of the world. A genius. If he understood human language, who would have taught him the cultivation of inner strength in the beginning? Then he probably wouldn't be able to reach the Grandmaster realm. Tung Qingshan sighed inwardly. It's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse if he doesn't understand human language. Roar. Li Jun's expression was not very good as she roared again and again. However, Xiong Shou remained silent. What's wrong? Tung Qingshan felt that something was wrong. Big brother Tung. Li Jun looked over helplessly. This Xiong Shou is a stubborn person. Big brother Tung might have fought with him before. Therefore, this Xiong Shou is hostile towards you. No matter what I said, he wouldn't listen. He's completely stubborn and stubborn. Tung Qingshan was slightly astonished when he heard this. I didn't kill you just now. Tung Qingshan looked at Xiong Shou helplessly. Xiong Shou, on the other hand, did not make a sound. This Xiongshou youth doesn't understand the human language. He has been living with wild beasts for a long time, so his intelligence is probably like that of a child. Tung Qingshan guessed in his heart. I'm afraid his way of thinking can't be compared to ordinary people. Tung Qingshan kept thinking about how to make Xiongshou listen to him. Low intelligence, but full of wildness. After spending a few years in the gambling cage fight, this Xiongshou youth's temperament was indeed hard to predict. Big Brother Tung, Li Jun said helplessly, this Xiongshou youth's temperament is like that of a wild beast. You don't know the way he talks to me. It's like a 2 or 3-year-old kid. Also, he's more stubborn than a 2 or 3-year-old. His brain seems to be completely rigid. Let's continue. We'll slowly think of a way along the way. Tung Qingshan walked over and directly untied the iron chains on Xiongshou's body. Little June, tell him that if he tries to attack or escape, I will break his legs. All right. Li Jun immediately told Xiongshou. Roar. Xiongshou hastily roared at Li Jun. Li Jun looked at Tung Qingshan with a smile and asked, Big Brother Tung, can you guess what Xiongshou said to me just now? What did he say? He would rather die than submit? Or something else? Tung Qingshan couldn't figure out Xiongshou's thoughts. Li Jun couldn't help but laugh. I told him what you said, and Xiongshou just told me that. He won't leave. He will follow me. Follow you? Tung Qingshan seemed to understand. Xiongshou had suffered enough from not being able to communicate with humans. If he left Tung Qingshan and the others, then what awaited Xiongshou would be being captured by another group of people. He didn't have the intelligence of a human. Although he had great strength, he could easily capture Xiongshou by setting up a trap. If he left Li Jun, he would continue his miserable fate. Xiongshou, who had suffered for more than 10 years, didn't want to suffer like that again. He must follow this human girl. Xiongshou made up his mind. In the evening, the sky was almost completely dark. The carriage of Tung Qingshan and the others stopped beside a river at the side of the official road. They were going to spend the night here. Big Brother Tung, it seems like the Fang clan of Danyang City won't come to kill us. Li Jun said with a smile. Yes, it has been the entire day. Our traveling speed isn't fast. If they wanted to kill us, they would have caught us a long time ago. Tung Qingshan cast a glance toward the south and smiled. The Fang clan is the owner of Danyang City, so they aren't that stupid. With this, Tung Qingshan cast his gaze to the side. Xiongshou, who was naked and only wore a pair of animal skin underpants, squatted on the ground with both his hands and feet like a lone wolf. Stand up, Tung Qingshan suddenly shouted. Xiongshou looked over and was glared at by Tung Qingshan. Xiongshou immediately understood the meaning of this powerful human and immediately stood up. Li Jun couldn't help but laugh. Big Brother Tung, it's already very difficult for him to learn how to walk straight. Li Jun said, Yes, when I turn my head, this kid will lie on both his hands and feet again. Tung Qingshan was anxious and helpless. Although Xiongshou didn't recognize him as his master, Tung Qingshan had already started to forcefully change some of Xiongshou's rules. For example, he should stand and walk, and he should use chopsticks when eating. It's very difficult to teach this kind of disciple. Tung Qingshan sighed and smiled bitterly. Old Wang, prepare some clean clothes for this kid. Tung Qingshan shouted. Yes, boss. Old Wang was very diligent. Next, I have to make him cut off his long fingernails. I have to make him take a bath and put on clothes. Tung Qingshan himself felt that it was very difficult. However, when he created the branch of internal martial arts, his eldest disciple wouldn't even wear clothes. If this spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Moreover, Tung Qingshan also wanted Xiongshou to return to human life. Kid, follow me. Tung Qingshan walked over and stretched out his hand to grab Xiongshou. Hee. Xiongshou grimaced in fear. I'm telling you not to resist. Tung Qingshan didn't care about the consequences. He grabbed Xiongshou's neck and lifted him up. Tung Qingshan knew that this disciple of his had the strength of 100,000 jin. With such a body, the endurance of his neck was extremely high. It was impossible for Tung Qingshan to injure Xiongshou by lifting him up. Xiong-Shou's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he was lifted up. However, when he recalled how terrifying the person in front of him was, he didn't dare to make any other moves. Late at night, Blue Luan and Whole Gale Eagle landed on the roof of the carriage to rest, while Little Ping and Li Jun rested inside the carriage. The carriage was very wide. Even the front of the carriage door could fit 3 to 4 people. Tung Qingshan was sitting cross-legged at the door of the carriage. Ho! A faint snoring sound came from the side. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw Xiong-Shou, who was wearing a gray cotton-padded jacket and had his face washed clean, curled up on the ground. He's still a teenager. Tung Qingshan looked at him silently. When Xiong-Shou put on his clothes, he looked like an ordinary human teenager. However, when he curled up on the ground, he looked like a cat. Big Brother Tung. Li Jun came out from the carriage door. She also looked at Xiong-Shou, and a peaceful smile appeared on her face as she said, Shou is actually just a child. He's an insensible child, a child who acts on his nature and wild nature. No one has been taking care of him. Tung Qingshan nodded. Tung Qingshan could still clearly remember the process of forcefully cutting off the sharp nails and forcing Xiong-Shou to put on his clothes. It's impossible to talk nicely to this stubborn kid. We have to use force. Tung Qingshan said, I'll help. Li Jun smiled and said, Don't always use your fists. Big Brother Tung, starting tomorrow, I plan to teach Shou to speak with Little Ping. Li Jun said, Learn to speak? When Tung Qingshan heard this, he nodded slightly and said, Yes, that's a good idea. However, I'll have to trouble you. It's okay. Li Jun looked at Shou like a mother looking at her child. Actually, I feel that he's very pitiful, much more pitiful than me. He didn't have parents since he was young and lived among wild beasts. He doesn't even know how to speak. With me and Little Ping teaching him, I believe that Shou will be able to speak. Tung Qingshan looked at Li Jun and smiled. Little Jun, you look like Shou's mother right now. Then who is Shou's father? Li Jun asked. Tung Qingshan was stunned. He coughed twice and turned to look in another direction. The godly axe mountain had a special meaning in Duanmu continent. The godly axe deity, Yu the Great, was the one who unified the language and characters and spread the method of cultivation. The citizens of Duanmu continent were extremely grateful to the godly axe deity, Yu the Great. Because of Yu the Great, Duanmu continent also had 12 months in a year, and the yearly sacrifice was also held. On the day of a yearly sacrifice, almost all the clans would pray to the godly axe deity, Yu the Great. To the south of the godly axe mountain, there was the biggest city in Duanmu continent, Nanshan City. It was also known as the Great Yu City and the Godly Axe City. Nanshan City could be said to be the most prosperous place in Duanmu continent. Even the Thunderblade deity, Duanmu Yu, had set his capital in Nanshan City after he unified the world. At this moment, Tung Qingshan and the others had already left Danyang City for 8 days and were only 100 li away from Nanshan City. In the evening, clop, 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 the carriage moved forward. Tung Qingshan and the coachman, Old Wang, sat in front of the carriage. The one riding the hunchback beast was a skinny, long-haired youth dressed in a gray cotton-padded jacket. It was Xiong-Shou. After a few days of training, Xiong-Shou looked more like a human. Shou! Little Ping shouted through the window of the carriage. Xiong-Shou immediately turned his head and looked over. After learning to speak with Li Jun and Little Ping for a few days, Xiong-Shou was very familiar with the word Shou. Aho! Xiong-Shou also spoke with difficulty. Li Jun, who was on the other side of the window, immediately shook her head and roared twice to tell Xiong-Shou that his pronunciation was wrong. Then she said, Shou! Ah! Ho! Xiong-Shou's tongue seemed to be stiff, and his pronunciation was always wrong. Tung Qingshan listened to the scene of Li Jun and Little Ping teaching Xiong-Shou how to speak and couldn't help but laugh. For the past few days, Li Jun and Little Ping had been teaching Xiong-Shou like this as they traveled. Now, Xiong-Shou could speak a few words. Although his pronunciation was not accurate, it was still an improvement. Old Wang, it's getting late. It seems that we have to spend the night in the wilderness. We can only reach Nanshan City tomorrow. Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. Yes, we can reach tomorrow afternoon. Old Wang said with a smile. Tung Ching Shan suddenly looked ahead. On the official road in the distance, there was a huge black mass formed by countless soldiers. P.S. 2 chapters completed. I'll just write 2 chapters today. Tomato had taken a leave of 3 days and owed everyone a lot of chapters. Tomato was trying his best to repay them. He had written 3 chapters in the past 3 days. Today, I'll take a breather. I'll also summon my recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ever since he took a leave of 3 days, Tomato had been writing seriously. He was serious about every chapter. I hope everyone can vote for Tomato. Thank you. Chapter 340. Boss. Old Wang looked at Tung Ching Shan. Big brother Tung, what's going on up ahead? Li Jun lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked. Tung Ching Shan looked ahead and saw a large number of soldiers setting up camp. They were stationed in the empty wilderness on the left side of the official road. At first glance, it looked like a sea of people. However, after taking a closer look, although there were countless soldiers stationed there, the official road was not occupied. Travelers could still pass through. An army is stationed there. Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. The sky is not completely dark yet, and they're already stationed there. Li Jun said in surprise. Old Wang, who was at the side, chuckled and said, Lady Jun, on both sides of the official road, there are barren mountains and farmlands. If so many soldiers want to station themselves, they need a large area. There are many places like this. If they continue to advance, they might not have a place to camp and rest. Li Jun blushed when she heard this. Continue forward, Tung Ching Shan said with a smile. Clop, clop, clop. 2 Scarlet Wind Warhouse pulled the carriage and advanced rapidly. Xiong Shou, who was riding the hunchback beast, kept muttering, Aho, aho. They gradually approached the army camp. On the nearby official road, there were many soldiers holding sabers or long spears. They looked at Tung Ching Shan's group with ill intentions. Tung Ching Shan sat leisurely in front of the carriage with his right hand holding the reincarnation spear. Li Jun looked outside through the window. Haha, little beauty, smile for me. Tis TSK, what a pretty girl. The bored soldiers, who had just finished dinner, immediately laughed and yelled. Humph. Li Jun immediately covered the window with a curtain and didn't show her head. Little beauty is angry. Little beauty, don't be in a hurry to leave. When the soldiers saw that Li Jun didn't show her face, they couldn't help but laugh. However, although they were laughing and joking, none of the soldiers dared to stop Tung Ching Shan's group. Because the army had military rules, there were many people on the official road. The higher-ups of the army naturally forbade their subordinates from obstructing others. The military discipline of this army should be quite strict. Tung Ching Shan revealed a smile. However, as they moved forward, Tung Ching Shan's expression turned ugly and he frowned. In the carriage, Tung Ching Shan immediately saw, beside the official road, in the middle of the army, there were a large number of slaves with their wrists tied with ropes. There were men and women, and almost all of them were adults or teenagers. There were no children or elderly people. All the slaves had dirty faces and tattered clothes. They were surrounded and guarded by a large number of soldiers. There were a lot of slaves, and they were divided into several piles. There were thousands of slaves in each pile. So many slaves? Tung Ching Shan frowned and muttered, Boss. At the side, Old Wang lowered his voice and said, Right now, the great clans are at war with each other. There are many who are defeated and become slaves. Looking at this army, I reckon they're escorting slaves from some place to Nanshan City. Nanshan City was the most flourishing city in the entire Duanmu continent. Of course, the slave trade was also the most developed in Nanshan City. Slaves. As the carriage moved forward, Tung Ching Shan suddenly saw a man who looked like an officer walking towards another pile of slaves. The officer looked carefully, then grabbed a delicate woman and fiddled with her messy hair. "Raise your head," the officer shouted coldly, and looked carefully. A smile appeared on his face, and he calmly ordered, "Bring this woman to my tent." The slave woman's eyes were filled with terror. "Yes, Lord." The two soldiers behind him immediately obeyed and went to grab the slave woman. "No, no, Your Excellency, spare me, spare me." The slave woman immediately begged, but the two soldiers were too strong to care about the woman's begging. One of them grabbed the woman's shoulders, and the other grabbed the woman's legs and lifted her up. "Let go of her!" A man at the side roared. "Let go of my sister." Although the two men's hands were tied, they still struggled and fiercely rammed into one of the soldiers, knocking him down. "You're rebelling." The soldier guarding the slaves immediately waved his long whip and ruthlessly lashed one of the male slaves. "Pa! Pa!" The sound of the whip hitting flesh caused the other slaves to tremble. The two male slaves rolled on the ground after being whipped. "Mother Kerr whipped them hard. How dare they hit me? Hurry up!" The officer shouted indifferently. "Spare them. I'll go with you. I'll go with you." The slave woman broke down. "Kill me if you can. At most, I'll die." Kerrs. One of the male slaves who was whipped howled. Seeing this scene, Tung Shan sighed inwardly. There were many slaves in Duanmu continent. Indeed, slaves could be said to have no autonomy at all. Their lives and deaths were controlled by others. These people have probably just become slaves, so they will still resist. Old Wang shook his head and sighed. Wait until they have suffered enough and lost all hope. After they've suffered and died, they will become numb. No one can help these slaves. Even the powerful Thunderblade deity, Duanmu Yu, couldn't help them. At this moment, Tung Shan and Old Wang didn't notice Xiong Shou. Because Xiong Shou was in front of the carriage, Tung Shan couldn't see how hideous Xiong Shou's face was. Xiong Shou stared at the scene in front of him. Scenes appeared in his mind. He was captured by a slave trading organization when he was a child, and the terrifying experiences he had after that. What he hated the most were those humans who captured, beat, and killed slaves. Those humans were what he hated the most. The hatred of more than 10 years. You want to die? If you become a slave, you can't even die if you want to. Let him have some fun. Don't kill him. We still need to sell him for money. Yes, Lord. Xiong Shou's eyes began to turn red when he saw this scene. He was a wild beast. Once he went crazy, he dared to kill anything. Even Fong Li didn't dare to get close to Xiong Shou. Roar. A furious roar resounded in the wilderness. Not good. By the time Tung Shan heard the roar, Xiong Shou had already dashed into the crowd of soldiers. Xiong Shou was like an angry wild beast. He ran on all fours. Wherever he passed, blood splattered everywhere. Miserable howls sounded one after another. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed to the place where the slaves were guarded. Xiong Shou grabbed the soldier who was torturing the male slave. "Let him go." The officer, who had already walked far away, turned his head and saw this scene. He immediately roared angrily. A large number of soldiers in the surroundings were stunned. Where did this lunatic come from? However, they were immediately enraged. Someone actually dared to attack their army single-handedly. Roar. Xiong Shou lifted the soldier high up with a ferocious expression. Let me go, the soldier howled. Xiong Shou exerted force with his hands. Rip, the soldier's body was directly torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Kill him, the officer shouted angrily. Xiong Shou's throat emitted a series of strange sounds. Covered in blood, he leaped out again. He would kill anyone who dared to obstruct him. However, this time, he did not succeed. Stop! A deep and furious roar suddenly resounded in the sky like the sound of thunder. Tung Shan grabbed Xiong Shou's shoulder. No matter how Xiong Shou resisted, he could not break free. He turned his head and glared at Tung Shan with his blood-red eyes as he emitted deep roars. Tung Shan looked at him coldly and exerted force, causing Xiong Shou to be in extreme pain. Kill him. The group of soldiers surrounded Tung Shan. A large number of machetes slashed and long spears pierced. Tung Qingshan's other hand was holding onto the reincarnation spear. In an instant, the reincarnation spear transformed into thousands of spear shadows. A series of crackling sounds could be heard as weapons were sent flying. The group of soldiers surrounding Tung Qingshan and Xiong Shou widened their eyes. How could this? One by one, the soldiers lowered their heads and looked at their empty hands. When they looked at Tung Qingshan again, their eyes were filled with terror. What's going on? A dissatisfied and angry roar sounded. Two people walked over from not far away. One was an old man wearing a hat and a luxurious robe. The other person beside him was a strong man with a resolute face. He carried a huge machete on his back. His gaze was like lightning, causing people's hearts to tremble. Supervisor Mu. The officer immediately saluted respectfully. What's going on here? The old man said discontentedly. The officer said respectfully, just now, that lunatic suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, 3 of our brothers died. A few others were injured. I gave the order to kill him. However, this white-robed young man suddenly appeared and suppressed the lunatic young man. At the same time, he also sent the surrounding soldiers' weapons flying. Oh! The old man looked at his surroundings and was secretly shocked. In an instant, all the weapons that were attacking from all directions were sent flying. However, he did not injure a single person. His strength was very powerful. Who are you? How dare you attack my army camp? The old man looked at Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan pressed down Xiong Shou with one hand and said calmly, my disciple hates people who escort and sell slaves. Just now, your people tortured the slaves, which probably made my disciple furious. So, he attacked and killed several of your people. I didn't discipline him well enough. Please forgive me. You attack my army camp and kill my people. You want to settle this with just a few words? The old man's face darkened. I asked you just now, who are you? You didn't answer me. I am Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan looked at the old man with a faint smile. May I know who you are? The old man also said indifferently, I am Mu Wan, the supervisor of the Rising Sun Trading Company. This army is the army of the Rising Sun Trading Company. My Rising Sun Trading Company spent a large sum of money to buy these slaves. Your disciple killed my people. How about this? You, as his teacher, come with me. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. Chapter 341. Rising Sun Trading Company. Tung Qingshan was slightly surprised. He originally thought that it was the army of a great clan, but he didn't expect it to be the army of the Rising Sun Trading Company. Although Tung Qingshan hadn't been in Duanmu continent for long, he still knew a lot about the famous Rising Sun Trading Company. For example, the Rising Sun restaurant, which could be found throughout the 36 major cities, was one of its businesses. As a great trading company, restaurants were only one of its businesses. The Rising Sun Trading Company would definitely intervene in the extremely profitable slave trade. Moreover, it was one of the overlords in the slave trade. At least 20 to 30% of the slave trade in the world was controlled by the Rising Sun Trading Company. 20 to 30% didn't sound like much. But after all, many clans contending for hegemony in the world were also involved in the slave trade. The Rising Sun Trading Company was able to compete with the great clans and obtain 20 to 30% of the slave trade. Although the Rising Sun Trading Company didn't conquer the world, it was one of the few superpowers in Duanmu continent. Manager Mu, Tung Qingshan said with a faint smile, I still have matters to attend to. Mu Wan's face darkened. The surrounding soldiers all stared at Tung Qingshan. Mu Wan said coldly, What? The men of the Rising Sun Trading Company died in vain? Tung Qingshan was indeed in the wrong in this matter. In Duanmu continent, slaves were goods. Even if the trading company killed the slaves while transporting goods, it had nothing to do with Tung Qingshan. The trading company didn't provoke Tung Qingshan, but Xiong Shou killed 3 of the men of the Rising Sun Trading Company and injured several others. He was completely in the wrong. Manager Mu, tell me a solution. Tung Qingshan smiled indifferently. Mu Wan just opened his mouth. Suddenly, the entire ground suddenly shook. The surrounding slaves and soldiers all lost their balance and fell. Crack. The ground cracked, forming deep trenches. Earthquake. It's an earthquake. The surrounding soldiers cried out in alarm. The 9 prefectures were the center of the world, and disasters in the 9 prefectures were rare. However, there were many natural disasters in Duanmu continent, such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, devastating cold currents, and so on. Protect, Lord Steward. Quite a few people shouted. Even Mu Wan was a little panicked. That's strange. Why didn't the other places shake? Tung Shan said in surprise. The earth stopped shaking. That's right. The surrounding area is shaking and the ground is cracking. Strange. Many of the soldiers were also puzzled. They realized that the soldiers in other places were not in a mess at all, but here, their tents had collapsed, torches had fallen, and it was very messy. Steward Mu, why don't you name a number? Tung Shan smiled at Mu Wan. Mu Wan looked at Tung Shan. The look in Tung Shan's eyes and his previous performance made Mu Wan instantly understand the cause of the fake earthquake. He couldn't help but feel shocked. It must have been him just now. This Tung Shan actually made the earth tremble without making a sound. He's definitely an inborn expert, a martial saint. Good skills. Beside Mu Wan, a strong man carrying a huge machete on his back stared at Tung Shan and said, being stared at by this strong man was like being stared at by an enormous ancient beast. You're not bad yourself. Tung Shan smiled and glanced at the strong man carrying the machete. He then looked at Mu Wan and asked, Steward Mu? Mu Wan glanced at the strong man beside him and said with a faint smile, it seems that Mr. Tung and Mr. Fu are friends. Since that's the case, then let's do it this way. For the 3 dead soldiers, you'll pay 3,000 taels of silver. In addition to the many injured soldiers, you'll pay a total of 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels of silver seem a lot, but actually, the death of 3 ordinary soldiers was a small matter. The Rising Sun Trading Company's reputation was a big deal. 5,000 taels of silver could solve the problem. Mu Wan guessed that Tung Shan was a martial saint expert. He then lowered his head. Fine. Tung Shan turned to look at the official and said loudly, Old Wong, bring me 40 taels of gold. Yes. The coachman, Old Wong, responded loudly. Li Jun, who had been looking out of the carriage window, immediately took out 40 taels of gold from her bundle and gave it to Old Wong. In the era of the Thunderblade deity, Duan Mu Yu, 1 tael of gold was worth 100 taels of silver. However, the people of Duanmu continent love gold very much. Normally, large clans would store gold as their family assets. This caused the amount of gold in the world to decrease. Nowadays, it was publicly acknowledged that 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 126 taels of silver. In some places, 1 tael of gold could even be exchanged for 130 taels of silver. Boss, 40 taels of gold. Old Wong held 2 large gold bars in his hands. Each of these gold bars weighed 1 jin. Steward Mu. Tung Shan handed over the 2 gold bars. Good. This matter is settled, Mu Wan said as he received the 2 gold bars. However, a thought flashed through his mind as he thought. 1 jin gold bar. Such a large gold bar. It should have been smelted by some large clans and hidden in their homes. What is the background of this Tung Shan? Not to mention the 1 jin gold bar, Tung Shan's chest of gold also contained large gold bricks. They were even heavier. These were the gold that the Lu clan of the Dark Iron River was preparing to make a comeback. Since this matter is settled, I won't disturb you any further. Tung Shan finished speaking with a smile. He then dragged the teenager, Xiong Shou, and walked out. The teenager, Xiong Shou, could not resist Tung Shan at all. However, he still turned his head and stared at Steward Mu Wan. Although the teenager, Xiong Shou, had low intelligence, the rules of wild beasts made him very clear that the old man in the army escorting the slaves before him was an important figure. Tung Shan, wait a moment. A rough voice sounded. It was the brawny man carrying a giant machete on his back. His eyes were blazing. "Mr. Fu," Mu hastily said, "we haven't finished our discussion." He was very clear about the temperament of this martial saint, Mr. Fu. If he encountered a powerful expert, he would definitely challenge him. Mr. Fu hesitated for a moment. He watched as Tung Qingshan boarded the carriage and said, "He is hurrying towards Nanshan City. The carriage isn't fast. I will be able to catch up with him in a while." "Steward Mu, let's continue our discussion inside the tent." The sky was completely dark. 20 li away from where the Rising Sun Trading Company's army was stationed, Tung Qingshan and the others stopped to rest. "Asho, don't act recklessly in the future." Little Ping handed a roasted leg of lamb to the teenager, Xiong Shou. Fortunately, the Rising Sun Trading Company's steward took the strength of the boss into consideration. Otherwise, the Rising Sun Trading Company wouldn't have let them off so easily. Old Wang chuckled. Although he only had one eye, he still appeared quite amiable when he smiled. Tung Qingshan frowned and looked at the road from afar. "Someone is coming." Li Jun and the others all turned their heads to look. The whole Gale Eagle, who was on the roof of the carriage, also looked towards the south. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hurried hooves rang, and a figure riding a one-horned war hoe rushed over at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Tung." The figure leaped down from the war hoe. "It's you?" Tung Qingshan stared at the person before him. The teenager, Xiong Shou, stared at the approaching person, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. The teenager, Xiong Shou, remembered clearly that the influential old man in the army had been extremely respectful towards this brawny man who carried a huge machete on his back. In the eyes of the teenager, Xiong Shou, this brawny man should be someone with a higher status than the old man in the army. "Mr. Fu," Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "Mr. Fu, may I know why you have come to my place?" "Brother Tung, I am Fu Dao." The brawny man with disheveled hair and eyes like lightning said loudly. Just now, Brother Tung calmly caused the ground to tremble and crack. If my guess is correct, Brother Tung is at least a true Dan innate expert, or even a golden Dan innate expert. I, Fu Dao, travel the world and love to spar with experts. I wonder if Brother Tung is willing to spar with me? Tung Qingshan cast a glance at Li Jun, who was beside him. The current Tung Qingshan really didn't care about innate experts. He was currently cultivating diligently in order to step into the emptiness realm. "Fu Dao," Old Wang, who was at the side, cried out in surprise. "You are the Thunderblade Martial Saint, Fu Dao." "The Thunderblade Martial Saint?" Tung Qingshan looked at Old Wang, and Old Wang immediately explained, "Boss, there are a few Martial Saint experts in this world, but some are famous, while some are not. Mr. Fu Dao, cultivates the lineage of the Thunderblade deity and is respectfully called the Thunderblade Martial Saint. He is definitely a Golden Dan innate expert, and all the forces in this world hold Mr. Fu in high esteem." Tung Qingshan smiled. "Golden Dan innate expert? That's right. The entire Duanmu continent only has a population of 200 to 300 million, which is equivalent to one prefecture in the 9 prefectures. There were probably no more than 10 Golden Dan innate experts, and any Golden Dan innate expert was a great figure that could make the Duanmu continent tremble. However, Tung Qingshan didn't know that the heavens were fair. The Duanmu continent, which had many natural disasters, would also be blessed by the heavens. Being able to have 2 omnipotent experts, Yu the Great and Duanmu Yu, meant that the Duanmu continent wasn't as simple as he thought. "You want to spar with me?" Tung Qingshan looked at Fu Dao. "Yes." Fu Dao stared at Tung Qingshan. "Come on, hurry up." Tung Qingshan picked up the reincarnation spirit aside and walked to the empty space on the left, as he said calmly. Tung Qingshan didn't feel excited at all about fighting with a Golden Dan innate expert. Fu Dao frowned slightly. He felt that the person before him was too arrogant. "Be careful," Fu Dao shouted in a low voice. Clang! In the eyes of Lao Wang and Li Jun, who were watching from the side, A streak of azure lightning shot up into the sky from the scabbard on Fu Dao's back. Immediately, Fu Dao's entire figure became blurry as the streak of azure lightning rushed towards Tung Qingshan. Everywhere it passed, the ground was incinerated into nothingness. The sound of thunder could be faintly heard. Good saber art. A loud and clear voice sounded. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Fu Dao retreated more than 10 steps. His face was flushed, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Tung Qingshan in shock. Looking down at himself, the skin on his right palm had been completely cracked by the impact. How is this possible? One move, just one move? Fu Dao recalled the scene just now and couldn't believe it. However, a moment later, Fu Dao's eyes lit up and his face revealed a hint of ecstasy. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Immediately after, Fu Dao bowed as if a disciple was saluting his master. Thank you for your guidance, mister. You comprehended it on your own. There's no need to thank me. Tung Qingshan waved his hand indifferently and walked towards Li Jun and Lao Wang. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan looked at Xiongshou in surprise. Chapter 342. Shou, why are you looking at me like that? Tung Qingshan stared at Xiongshou. At this moment, the expression on Xiongshou's face surprised Tung Qingshan. Xiongshou had followed Tung Qingshan all the way from Danyang City for quite some time. However, Xiongshou had never looked at Tung Qingshan like this. Xiongshou's eyes were filled with desire and hesitation. Mr. Tung, Fu Dao walked over. Tung Qingshan turned to look at the Thunderblade martial saint, Fu Dao. Fu Dao's face was still full of joy as he bowed and said, Before I met Mr. I thought my saber art had reached the pinnacle. I couldn't improve further. I thought there were only a few people in this world who could surpass me. Only now do I know that there are still experts like you in this world who conceal their identities and are unknown to the public like you. I will never forget Mr.'s guidance. Your saber art is almost at the pinnacle, Tung Qingshan said. Fu Dao froze. Saber art is still considered a technique. Tung Qingshan said, as the saying goes, technique advances Dao. You have reached the pinnacle of technique, and the next step is Dao. You need to break through now to seek your Dao. When your Dao reaches a certain level, you will become a martial immortal. On Duanmu continent, innate experts were called saints and martial saints. Emptiness realm experts were called gods and martial immortals. Only those who reached the omnipotent realm were called gods of heaven. Technique advances Dao. My Dao. Fu Dao murmured. His eyes regained clarity as he bowed again and said, I don't dare to disturb Mr.'s rest. I will take my leave first. Tung Qingshan nodded. Looking at Fu Dao, Tung Qingshan seemed to see himself, who was pursuing Dao. He and Fu Dao were not that different. The only difference was that Fu Dao didn't understand Dao. Tung Qingshan, on the other hand, had already walked a distance on the path of Dao. He wasn't far from stepping into the emptiness realm. Mister, that flying demonic beast. Fu Dao glanced at the whole Gale Eagle on the roof of the carriage in surprise. Is it also Mister's? I got it by chance. Tung Qingshan also glanced at the whole Gale Eagle. Fu Dao clicked his tongue in admiration. Mister is indeed extraordinary to be able to command such a powerful demonic beast. Fu Dao, know a lot about the experts in this world, and I also know how many people in this world can control demonic beasts. But I have never heard of you. Fu Dao's admiration for Tung Qingshan grew. Normally, when one reached the emptiness Dan of the innate realm, which was the initial stage of the martial saint realm, one's reputation would spread far and wide. Now that he had reached the golden Dan innate realm, all the great clans in the world would know about him. However, Tung Qingshan was not well known. In Fu Dao's opinion, he was the real hidden expert. Impressive. Fu Dao immediately mounted the hunchbacked beast. Go! The hunchbacked beast ran and disappeared at the end of the road. Big Brother Tung. Li Jun's face was filled with joy. This is the Thunder Blade Martial Saint, a top-notch expert in Duanmu continent. He was defeated by you in one move. In my opinion, in Duanmu continent, there shouldn't be anyone who can surpass Big Brother Tung. Little June, you can't look down on the people in this world. Tung Ching Shan shook his head. Uncle, look at Uncle Wang. Little Ping smiled. Tung Ching Shan turned his head and looked. At this moment, Old Wang blinked his eyes and took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart. He looked at Tung Ching Shan and smiled bitterly. Boss, you don't have to be modest. You defeated the Thunderblade Martial Saint. This is not an ordinary Martial Saint. Moreover, you won with just one move. Unfortunately, there was no one else around. If it was under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, this news would definitely spread throughout the entire continent at a terrifying speed. At that time, boss, your name would be known by everyone. Old Wang, are there any martial immortal experts in this world? Tung Ching Shan inquired. There should be. Old Wang was slightly hesitant. What do you mean there should be? Tung Ching Shan smiled. If there is, then there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. Old Wang laughed self-deprecatingly. Boss, I'm just an ordinary warrior. I'm not even an innate expert. How many secrets can I know? In Duanmu continent's 4 regions and 36 main cities, some great clans have existed for more than 1,000 years. Even some clans that have lost power hide on islands or in some mountains. It is indeed difficult to find hidden experts. However, it is widely rumored that the #1 clan in Duanmu continent, the Tianfeng clan, has a martial immortal expert. Of course, the Tianfeng clan is the overlord of the northern Frosty region. Moreover, it is rumored that the martial immortal expert lives in one of the 3 most dangerous places, the Tianfeng Canyon. Hearing this, Li Jun and Little Ping were astonished. Rumor. Is it true? The rumors in the outside world should be true. Tung Ching Shan fell silent. Tung Ching Shan knew a little about Duanmu continent. The core of the entire world was the land of the 9 prefectures. Ever since Emperor Yu forged the 9 cauldrons and shook the origin of the heavens and the earth, the land of the 9 prefectures had never experienced any disasters. However, Duanmu continent had endless natural disasters. Among them, the 3 most dangerous places had the worst environments. The first was the Blazing Flame Territory in the Eastern Flower region. The Blazing Flame Territory was a place where volcanoes frequently erupted. The Blazing Flame Territory had volcanoes one after the other. Volcanoes might erupt at any time. At the shortest time, volcanoes erupted several times a year. The longest interval between the 2 eruptions was only 8 years. The second was the Dreamy Cloud Swampland in the West Tang region. The 3,000 Dreamy Cloud Swampland should be the largest of the 3 most dangerous places. It occupied more than half of the entire West Tang region. The Dreamy Cloud Swampland was filled with danger. Even Martial Saint level experts didn't dare to wander in there. The third was the Tianfeng Canyon in the northern Frosty region. The Tianfeng Canyon was the coldest place in the entire Duanmu continent. The cold air that blew out from the mouth of the canyon could freeze an expert at the peak of the post-liminary realm to death within a few breaths. Without reaching the Martial Saint level, it was impossible to enter the canyon. An ancient clan occupied the Tianfeng Canyon. This clan was also known as the Tianfeng clan. It was the #1 clan in the entire Duanmu continent. The Immortal of War lives in the Tianfeng Canyon. Tung Ching Shan nodded to himself. This clan has almost unified the northern Frosty region and is the #1 clan in the entire Duanmu continent. It would be strange if they didn't have something to rely on. Other than this one, it is said that there are other martial immortals in the world. Old Wang pretended to be mysterious. Who? Li Jun asked with a smile. I have only heard about it. Old Wang shook his head. Tung Ching Shan smiled. Duanmu continent only had a population of 2 to 300 million. My hometown, Yangzhou, is one of the 9 prefectures. It has a population of 2 to 300 million. The only emptiness realm expert is the blind sword master of Qinghu Island. and the one of my Gui Yuan sect. There are only 2 in total. There are probably only 1 or 2 in the entire Duanmu continent. Tang Qingshan didn't dare to look down on the residents of Duanmu continent, since it was a land that had given birth to omnipotent experts. Little June, Tang Qingshan stared at Xiong Shou and said, "Ask him what he wants. Ever since I defeated Fu Dao, he has been staring at me." "Shou." Li Jun turned her head and looked at Xiong Shou, letting out a deep roar. Xiong Shou looked at Li Jun and let out a series of deep roars. He seemed to be very anxious. Li Jun froze. "What's wrong?" Tang Qingshan asked. Li Jun stared at Tang Qingshan with a strange expression and said, "Big brother Tang, didn't I tell Asho to take you as his teacher?" "What did he say?" Tang Qingshan nodded hastily, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Could it be? This little beast is finally willing to take me as his teacher? In order to make Xiong Shou take me as his teacher, Tang Qingshan had used all kinds of methods. However, Xiong Shou was stubborn. In the end, Tang Qingshan could only announce that he would take Xiong Shou with him for the time being. Drag out slowly. Let's see who can outlast the other. Tang Qingshan couldn't bear to give up such a good disciple. Asho just told me that he is willing to take you as his teacher. Li Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Really, Tang Qingshan couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. He stared at Xiong Shou, who was still staring at him with a cold expression, and asked, "Why is he suddenly willing?" Li Jun had a strange expression as she said, "I asked him just now. He said, 'The one with the saber is more powerful than the old man in the army, and you are more powerful than the one with the saber.' Asho said he wants to be as powerful as you. Therefore, he wants to take you as his teacher." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who is more powerful than who? Little Ping hastily said, Uncle, I know. The Rising Sun Trading Company's army escorts slaves. Steward Mu is the leader of the army. Steward Mu is very respectful to Fu Dao. Fu Dao was defeated by you just now, so he's also very respectful to you. He even respectfully calls you Mister. This Asho must have suffered too much when he was escorting slaves in the past. Now, he wants to be as powerful as you. That makes sense. Li Jun nodded. What makes sense? Tang Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Didn't I beat the Fong clan's cavalry to the point that they could only lie on the ground outside Danyang City? He should have known of my strength long ago. Why didn't he take me as his teacher at that time?" Asho's brain is different from ordinary people. Li Jun couldn't help but laugh. Tang Qingshan looked at Xiong Shou, who still had an ugly face, and sighed inwardly. This eldest disciple of his was proficient in fighting and killing. He even learned it without a teacher and reached the realm of resonating muscles and bones. However, according to normal logic, yet he behaved like a naive child. Moreover, he was even more stubborn than a child. "Little June, tell him to kowtow and take me as his teacher," Tang Qingshan said. "Okay." Li Jun immediately told him. Xiong Shou looked at Li Jun pitifully. He had never kowtowed before and didn't know how to do it. Under Li Jun's guidance, Xiong Shou knew the essentials. First, kneel down, put both hands on the ground, and hit his head on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed 3 times. After kowtowing 3 times, he actually prepared to kowtow again. Roar. Li Jun hastily reminded Xiong Shou before he stopped. Tang Qingshan touched his forehead. Oh my God, he even needs someone to teach him how to kowtow. Teaching such a disciple will be very difficult in the future. From today onwards, I am your teacher, and you are my disciple. Remember, do whatever teacher asks you to do. If teacher doesn't allow you to do it, you must not do it. Tang Qingshan could only use this method. Li Jun also conveyed Tang Qingshan's meaning to Xiong Shou at the side. Xiong Shou knelt there and growled, as if he was obedient to Tang Qingshan's words. A smile appeared on Tang Qingshan's face. You have no name or surname. From today onwards, you will follow my surname. You grew up with Xiong Shou. You will be called Tang Shou. Tang Qingshan said with a faint smile. Li Jun explained to Xiong Shou and even repeated the pronunciation of the name, Tung Shou. Tung. Ho. Xiong Shou forced out these two words, but the pronunciation of the word Shou was always wrong. Tung Ho. Xiong Shou shouted excitedly. He finally had a name. Since then, Tung Shou, who grew up with Xiong Shou, became the first disciple of Tung Qingshan. Chapter 343. Nanshan City was also known as the Yu City and Godly Axe City. When Duanmuyu unified the world, he established Nanshan City as the imperial capital and the largest city in Duanmu continent. At noon the next day, Tung Qingshan and the others arrived at Nanshan City. On the main street of Nanshan City, two Scarlet Wind Warhouse pulled a luxurious carriage and advanced slowly. Wow, this Nanshan City is really big. Li Jun looked outside through the curtain and praised. Old Wang, who was driving the carriage, laughed and said, Nanshan City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. When the Thunderblade deity unified the world, he expanded Nanshan City. Originally, the inner city was equivalent to an ordinary main city, but with the addition of the outer city, it can accommodate 4 to 5 million people. It's the largest city in the world. It's big enough. Tung Qingshan also praised. Such a big city could be compared to Imperial Yu City in the land of the 9 prefectures. There's so many people. Little Ping also looked outside through the curtain, her eyes shining. As expected of the largest city in the continent, there are countless rangers. Tung Qingshan praised. On the road, warriors wearing cotton-padded jackets and carrying sabers or huge axes could be seen everywhere. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of galloping horses could be heard as a few hunchbacked beasts dashed through the middle of the street, causing the pedestrians on the street to give way. Riding so fast, aren't you afraid of bumping into people? Li Jun humphed. No matter where it is, there will always be some powerful and arrogant people. Old Wang laughed and said, Fortunately, this street is at least 10 zhong wide. We will stay by the side. As long as there are no large groups, we won't be affected. The Godly Axe Mountain is northwest of Nanshan City. Tung Qingshan looked up at the sky and said, it's getting late. How about we go to the Rising Sun restaurant to have lunch first, and then go to the Rising Sun restaurant? After lunch, we will go to the Godly Axe Mountain. Yes, boss. Old Wang replied respectfully. Ever since Tung Qingshan ate the food at the Rising Sun restaurant in Danyang City, he had to admit that the quality of the food was pretty good. Therefore, as long as he wasn't in a hurry, Tung Qingshan would usually eat at the Rising Sun restaurant. There were a lot of people on the street, and Tung Qingshan and the others did not want to rush around in the middle of the street, so they moved at a slower pace. Go! Hiya! Go! Suddenly, a series of shouts rang out, and even the ground of the street shook slightly. A group of people was mounted on Azure Unicorn Battle House. The leader of the group was mounted on a trampling Cloud Golden Hoe. The team was advancing rapidly in the middle of the street. 3 or 4 warhouse were running side by side, and there were dozens of them. In an instant, it occupied an area of 40 to 50 feet on the street. Get out of the way. Be careful. The streets were in a state of chaos. The wanderers and young ladies all dodged to the sides. At such a fast speed, someone might die if we're not careful. Tung Qingshan frowned. They are all riding war puppets. They are not ordinary people, Old Wang said, while the two were talking. Because a large group of people on the street were dodging to the sides, a young girl dressed as a maidservant was careless in the crowd and was knocked down. She was even stepped on by others who were in a hurry to dodge. Go! Hiya! Hiya! The team of war puppets galloped forward, leaving only the maidservant girl who was stepped on the ground. However, the team of war puppets did not stop. The maidservant girl's eyes were filled with terror. Big Brother Tung, Li Jun, who saw this scene from the side of the street, said anxiously, Whoosh! Tung Qingshan's figure disappeared in front of the carriage, leaving an afterimage in midair and appearing in the middle of the street. Tung Shan extended his right hand and held the maidservant girl's waist. He turned around and quickly carried the maidservant girl, using his body to protect her. At the same time, Tung Shan used his left arm to block the trampling cloud golden hoe. Bang! The trampling cloud golden hoe collided with Tung Shan's arm. Tung Shan's arm didn't move at all, but a powerful force burst forth. Roar! The trampling cloud golden hoe let out a deep roar and retreated a few steps due to the impact. Stop! The battle-cloaked man on the trampling cloud golden hoe stretched out his hand and shouted. With a series of deep roars, the dozens of war puppets immediately stopped. Each of the cavalrymen stared at the white-cloaked figure who was protecting the maidservant girl. Good job. He's a man. Many people on both sides of the street immediately started shouting. This caused the battle-cloaked man on the trampling cloud golden hoe to have an unsightly expression. He had a high status, but he felt very humiliated when he rode the war puppet on the street and was stopped. Isn't that the Murong clan's second young master? Yes, it's the Murong clan's second young master. That young man is unlucky. He actually provoked the Murong clan's second young master. In Nanshan City, the Murong clan's second young master is an overlord. When the Murong clan's second young master heard this, he immediately scanned the surroundings. The passers-by on the street immediately quieted down. Who are you? The Murong clan's second young master shouted condescendingly. Just a passerby. Tung Shan glanced at him and asked, Are you the Murong clan's second young master? Yes. The Murong clan's second young master was somewhat fearful of the person in front of him. My trampling cloud golden hoe is a first-class war puppet. When it flies, its impact definitely exceeds 10,000 Gene. However, this mysterious person actually blocked my trampling cloud golden hoe with a single arm. Moreover, my war puppet couldn't even move a step forward. His strength, the Murong clan's second young master deduced. To be able to do this with a single arm, it meant that the strength of a single arm was at least 10,000 Gene. He's definitely a martial saint expert. The Murong clan's second young master was somewhat angry. I'm so King unlucky to actually encounter a martial saint. Second young master Murong, there are many people on the street. It wouldn't be good to run into someone and kill them. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, he released the maidservant girl he was protecting. It was only now that Tung Shan had the opportunity to take a closer look at the maidservant girl. The maidservant girl was thin and weak. She wore a small green cotton-padded jacket and had a pair of very clear eyes. The tight cotton-padded jacket also outlined the young girl's figure. Her small chest was also bulging. At this moment, there was a special glint in her eyes as she looked at Tung Shan. There were even traces of tears in her eyes. Be careful on the road from now on. Let's go back. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the side of the street. The maidservant girl looked at Tung Shan's retreating figure. Get out of the way. The Murong clan's second young master, who was riding the trampling cloud golden hoe, shouted. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to run into him. It was not wise to offend a martial saint. The maidservant girl came to her senses and hastily moved to the side of the road. The sound of hoofbeats continued as the Murong clan's second young master's troop of Warhouse left rapidly. Just now, the maidservant girl watched as Tung Shan's figure boarded a carriage. He really looks like my father. The maidservant girl still remembered the scene just now clearly. When she was in a state of panic and despair, she was lifted up by a tall figure who used his body to protect her. That sense of security caused her to recall the scene when she was young, the scene when her father saved her. Ah, foster father will definitely find out that I sneaked out. Let's go back quickly. How unlucky. I was almost hit by the Warhouse. The maidservant girl looked at the sky and hastily dashed into an alley at the side, fleeing at lightning speed. In the carriage, Big Brother Tung, you saved the damsel in distress. Li Jun teased. You're joking with me too. Tung Shan smiled as he glanced at her. Li Jun smiled as she glanced at the alley across the street. I saw it clearly just now. That little girl was staring at you all the way until you boarded the carriage. Tung Shan shook his head and didn't say anything more till Li Jun. Tung Shan also noticed Li Jun's temper. When it came to bandits, Li Jun only had one thought in her mind: kill. She was even more ruthless than Tung Shan. However, when it came to these weak little girls and orphans, Li Jun's heart was softer than anyone else. However, if any little girl was interested in Tung Shan, Li Jun would be slightly jealous. Old Wang, hurry up. Let's go to the Rising Sun restaurant and have lunch. Tung Shan hastily ordered. Yes, boss. Nanshan City was the #1 city in the world. Until now, no clan had been able to occupy it. However, the 3 clans that had the most hope of occupying Nanshan City were the 3 great clans. These 3 great clans were all great clans with roots in the Nanshan region. Therefore, they dared to have designs on Nanshan City. One of the 3 great clans, the Wang clan. Nanshan City, Inner City, Wang clan mansion. The maidservant girl dashed to the entrance of the Wang clan mansion and was about to sneak in through the side door. Hey, Xiaoyan, a frivolous voice sounded. The maidservant looked over and saw a noble young master dressed in a luxurious green fur coat, walking over with several servants. Xiaoyan, why did you leave the residence? Greetings, 3rd young master. The maidservant bowed slightly. Xiaoyan, you don't have to be so polite with me. As he spoke, the noble young master stretched out his hand to touch the maid's small hand. The maid named Xiaoyan quickly dodged, but the noble young master frowned and said in surprise, Xiaoyan, why are there footprints on your body? What was going on? Tell me. I'll vent your anger for you. No, I have to go back. I have to cook for foster father. The young maidservant bowed slightly and quickly ran away. The noble young master looked at the young girl's back and sniffed his hand. TSK, how fragrant. 3rd young master. Behind the noble young master, a young man with sunken eyes like a venomous snake said in a low voice, 3rd young master, this Miss Xiaoyan. If 3rd young master wants this little one can help. No. The noble young master shook his head. Don't act recklessly and anger her foster father. If my father finds out, he will definitely be furious. He will break my legs. At this moment, the noble young master saw a few figures and couldn't help but shiver. Father. The noble young master hastily bowed. Among the few people who came, the leader was dressed in a luxurious black fur coat. His face was fair and without a beard. The middle-aged man frowned and scolded. Honger, what are you doing here? I just want to go out for a stroll. The noble young master didn't dare to say much. Don't cause trouble for father these few days, understand? The middle-aged man frowned and said, All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Father still has to see Mr. Fu. With that, the middle-aged man left with his subordinates. P.S. That's the 2nd chapter. There's still the 3rd chapter. Chapter 344. The young master's face darkened as he watched his father leave. Huair, let's go. The young master's face darkened as he left the mansion with his 4 servants. The young man with sunken eyes said in a low voice, Young master, in my opinion, the patriarch is unfair. The 1st young master and 2nd young master handle the family affairs. However, he is very strict with you, 3rd young master. A few days ago, he just fooled around with a woman, and the patriarch got so angry. 2nd young master executed all 5 of his maids, and the patriarch didn't say anything. In my father's eyes, I'm just a good-for-nothing playboy. The young master gnashed his teeth and said, The Wang family, the Black Dragon City, one of the 9 main cities of the Nanshan region, controlled hundreds of li of land and had nearly 10 million citizens. The Wang family was equivalent to a small country. It was a small matter for a prince of a small country to fool around with a woman. His eldest brother led the army, and his 2nd brother governed the government. Countless lives were lost. He didn't have any power. In the eyes of others, he was just a playboy. How could he Wang Hong accept this? Since he thinks I'm a playboy, then I'll be one. Wang Hong rubbed his chin as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since my eldest brother and second brother want to be the housekeeper, then let them fight for it. I'll just enjoy my life. By the way, Huer, are there any good goods recently? Huer shook his head and said, Young master, most of the good goods have some background. It's hard to deal with them. Useless. Wang Hong scolded. Nanshan City, the second floor of the Rising Sun restaurant. Tung Qing-shan and the others were sitting by the window. Even Xiong Shou was dressed neatly and sat there obediently. Although Tung Qing-shan's carriage was very expensive, Tung Qing-shan was not worried. Firstly, the Rising Sun restaurant took good care of their guests' belongings. Secondly, there was a demonic beast in the carriage, Blue Wan. If someone broke into the carriage and tried to steal it, there would only be one result, killed by Blue Wan. Last time, we wanted to eat on the third floor but failed. This time, we haven't eaten yet. Li Jun helplessly looked up at the stairs leading to the third floor. The third floor has been booked by some Wang family. Old Wang lowered his voice and said, Miss Li, the Wang clan is one of the top clans in the entire Duanmu continent. When I was roaming the outside world, I heard that there were 3 or 4 clans plotting to take over Nanshan City. However, Nanshan City was not a piece of meat that could be swallowed easily. These few families were all fighting over it. One of them is the Wang clan. Who cares who he is? Tung Qing-shan smiled. Eat well. After you're done, let's go to the Godly Axe Mountain. What bullish asterisk T family? In any case, Tung Qing-shan ignored all of them. Clack. Clack, clack. Footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Third young master, there are 2 more tables up there, a waitress said respectfully. Which one would you like? Tung Qing-shan noticed something from the corner of his eye. A young man dressed like a nobleman was holding the small hand of the waitress with a playful smile. I want both tables. Today, you will accompany me to a table with my subordinates. My subordinates are at the same table. The waitress's face was flushed red, but she didn't dare to resist, because she knew the identity of this nobleman. The third young master of the Wang clan, Wang Hong, was a terrifying person who could make young girls turn pale. Countless women had been defiled by him. If they were obedient, they might be able to escape, but if they resisted, they would be in trouble. Yes, third young master. The waitress didn't dare to resist. I don't need you to accompany me today. The third young master touched the waitress's bosom and said with a smile, As for the banquet at noon, we'll follow the old rules. The waitress blushed and hastily went downstairs. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and was puzzled at the same time. Why is this third young master so easygoing today? The third young master glanced at Tung Qing-shan's table. When his gaze swept past Li Jun's face, his eyes glowed with a faint red light. It was as if a hungry wolf had suddenly seen a plump white sheep in front of it. This young girl, TSK, this appearance, this temperament. The third young master instantly became excited. Her appearance is 70 to 80% similar to that Martial Sanus. Even her temperament is so similar. TSK, this is a gift from the heavens. The third young master was a profligate son, or rather, he was dead set on being a profligate son. He didn't know how many women he had gotten. However, he was too lazy to deal with ordinary women. But good women were very difficult to deal with. As for the Martial Saintess, not only was she beautiful, but she was also very powerful. To some influential people, they didn't care about beautiful women. What they desired the most was to be able to control some powerful and beautiful women, just like the ordinary people in Tung Qing-shan's previous life. Although some of the female celebrities might not be as good-looking as some of the ordinary beauties, it was because of their fame. It made people envious. In Duanmu continent, the Martial Saintess attracted the hearts of many men. She was beautiful and incomparably powerful. Whoever could get his hands on such a woman would gain face. Just imagining that scene was enough to make one's blood boil. TSK, if I can get my hands on this young lady, dress her up like a Martial Saintess, and play with her, Thinking of this, the third young master's breathing quickened and his face reddened. Fortunately, he had already taken his seat and was no longer staring at Li Jun. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of Tung Qingshan and the others. The third young master of the Wang clan sat in his seat, his fists clenched and unclenched. The moment he saw Li Jun's face, his heart was itching to death. Mother of Asterisker, getting a woman like this is much better than getting 100 ordinary beauties. No matter what, I must get it. The third young master made up his mind. But I have to be careful. The third young master looked at Hu'er, who was beside him. Hu'er's eyes flashed, and he signaled to the third young master with his eyes. He clearly sensed that the third young master had already fallen for that woman. It would be strange if he wasn't. With the third young master's temperament, it would be a great sin not to have such a woman in his bed. Hu'er was the third young master's personal attendant. He knew everything about the third young master like the back of his hand. Watch me. Hu'er stood up. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun were chatting and laughing with each other. They were in a good mood. Everyone, a voice suddenly sounded. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun looked up at the same time. Tung Qingshan frowned as he looked at the man in front of him. This man's temperament and gaze caused Tung Qingshan to naturally loathe him. Everyone, my young master wants to make friends. Why don't you have a drink with my young master? Oh, we'll take care of your meal. Hu'er was full of smiles as he pointed at Wang Hong. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun turned their heads to look. Wang Hong smiled and politely raised his glass to show his respect. We still have things to do after eating. Li Jun said to Hu'er, we don't have time to accompany your young master. What do you want to do? Just say it. We'll help you. Hu'er smiled and said, our young master is very willing to make friends. No matter what, you have to give face to our young master. At this moment, most of the other customers on the second floor understood when they saw Wang Hong. This third young master of the Wang clan was going to cause trouble again. However, none of these customers dared to speak. The Wang clan was definitely an overlord in Nanshan City. In Nanshan City, there were only 2 clans that could compare to the Wang clan. What, you're not giving? Hu'er said with dissatisfaction. Scram. Tung Qingshan's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hu'er immediately rolled his eyes and became fierce and cold. He sneered a few times and said, I didn't expect that in Nanshan City there would be someone who dares to tell my Wang clan to scram. Kid, let's go to the side and talk. As he spoke, Hu'er stretched out his skinny arm that had green veins popping out and grabbed towards Tung Qingshan. Xiao! A streak of azure light instantly shot out from Hu'er's sleeve and darted towards Tung Qingshan. It was a small azure snake that was 1 foot long and as thick as a finger. There was even a golden line on the back of this small azure snake. This poisonous snake was the famous 5 steps golden striped snake in Duanmu continent. Once poisoned, the poison would take effect within 5 steps, and the person would die. Hu'er had used this move to kill many people. Tung Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out a breath of air like a sharp arrow. Xiao. With Tung Qingshan's powerful physical strength, the breath he spat out was much more powerful than the sharp arrows shot by ordinary soldiers. The sword of Qi directly shot the poisonous snake into 2. At the same time, it also pierced through Hu'er's shoulder. With a crisp sound, Hu'er's shoulder was badly mutilated, and a small hole appeared. The bloody hole went straight through his back and went through both sides. Hu'er couldn't help but scream in pain, and his face turned pale. Roar! Suddenly, there was a deep and furious roar. Xiong Shou, the teenager Ting Shou, who had been sitting at the side, saw that Hu'er dared to injure his teacher. He immediately struck out with his claw. Oh no! Hu'er was obviously an expert. The sword of Qi that Tung Qingshan spat out caught Hu'er unprepared. Secondly, the 2 of them were too close to each other, and Hu'er couldn't react at all. However, Hu'er had the time to block Ting Shou's claw. Bang! Hu'er barely managed to block the attack with his right hand, but Tung Shou's claw was too powerful. Moreover, it also had the strength of a claw. Puchi! A piece of flesh on Hu'er's right arm was torn off. Huer was smashed into the wall at the side, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The expression of the third young master, who was watching from the side, darkened. "How dare you injure someone in the city?" An angry roar sounded. The third young master of the Wang clan walked over with 3 other servants. He stared at Tung Qin Shan with an ugly expression. "I was kind enough to invite you to drink a few cups of wine and become friends. But you actually injured my subordinate and struck such a vicious blow." One of the servants behind the third young master of the Wang clan said coldly, "Fighting is not allowed in the city. Come, follow us." The current Nanshan city was basically under the joint management of the 3 major clans. The so-called law was basically set by the 3 major clans. "I don't care what bullshit third young master you are." Tung Qin Shan sat on his seat with an ugly expression. He glanced coldly at the third young master and said, "Don't disturb me while I'm eating. If you continue to talk nonsense on this day next year, let your family prepare to burn joss paper for you." "Scram!" Tung Qin Shan shouted coldly. Chapter 345. Today was already December 30th. There was only one more day before the year 2009 would be over. In the first half of 2009, Tomato finished writing Coiling Dragon. To be precise, he finished writing the finale in the wee hours of June 12th. Coiling Dragon was a little disappointing, but overall, it had achieved Tomato's goal. From the second half of the year, on July 28th, the story of the 9 Cauldrons was presented to everyone. The story of the 9 Cauldrons was the book that Tomato wanted to write the most. In this book, Tomato was looking for a breakthrough. Over the past 5 months, he had written more than 1 million words in the 9 Cauldrons story, an average of more than 200,000 words per month. Actually, Tomato wanted to write this book more slowly. However, there were times when one had no choice but to erupt in online writing. Although the 9 Cauldrons Chronicles had its regrets, it was still a pity. However, some of the things that Tomato wanted to write were written down. When the finale of Chronicles of the 9 Cauldrons came out, Tomato would write a post about the concept of Chronicles of the 9 Cauldrons from a long time ago. Everyone would understand why Tomato valued the story of 9 Cauldrons so much. Ever since Story of the 9 Cauldrons was released, its popularity has been pretty good, but it's not as good as Coiling Dragon, I admit. Of course, Tomato was very grateful to the brothers who had always supported him. It was all thanks to everyone that the 24-hour subscription for Story of the 9 Cauldrons reached nearly 14,000, and the highest subscription reached 30,000. Tomato was very satisfied with the result, and he was even more grateful to everyone. After all, when the Story of the 9 Cauldrons was at its lowest point, there were still many brothers who silently supported Tomato. Actually, Tomato was very resentful towards the book review section. To be precise, they were resentful towards Chidian's book review section. Before the revision, it was possible to see a few comments on the homepage of the book. At that time, everyone spoke up enthusiastically. But now, he had to scroll down to the end of the page to see the comment box. This also caused the activity of the book reviews and comments section to plummet. Tomato loved interacting with his readers. Every day after he finished writing, he would go to the book review and comment section to read everyone's comments. I hope that when everyone has the time, they can also go to the book review and comment section and chat. Oh, about the debt. Firstly, Tomato said that he would have to pay after 7:30 and 9:30. As for how many seconds it took, there was no need to think about it. Therefore, a few seconds at 7:30 should still be within the time frame. If it was 7:31, he would have to make up for it. Tomato took 3 days off on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Before applying for leave, Tomato already owed everyone 3 chapters. After taking 3 days off, he owed another 6 chapters, a total of 9 chapters. On the 25th, the 26th, and the 27th, he wrote 3 chapters in 3 consecutive days. A total of 3 chapters were added. On the 29th, he was late in updating 2 chapters in a row, so he was 2 chapters late. 3 chapters were updated today, and one was added today. All in all, Tomato still owed everyone 7 chapters. Tomato had nothing to say. These 7 chapters were definitely still there. Of course, give Tomato some time. Tomato would work hard and put his heart into it. He also hoped that the brothers who supported Tomato would continue to support Tomato. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. The comments in the book review section were all in support of Tomato. Of course, Chi was organizing year-end reviews now, and Tomato did not want everyone to vote for it. Because if you cast that vote, first of all, you'll have to spend money. Secondly, I won't get a share of the money. So, there was no need to vote. Regular consumption generates monthly tickets. There were recommendation tickets every day. Everyone, don't waste it. Let's support Tomato. The year 2009 was about to end, and 2010 would soon arrive. Tomato would continue to work hard. I also hope that everyone will always support Tomato. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years for years. Tomatoes will take a long time to write. Chapter 346. On the first floor of Rising Sun Restaurant. Head shopkeeper. One of the waitresses in the restaurant hurriedly ran over with an anxious look on her face. Something bad has happened upstairs. The third young master of the Wong family is fighting with a guest at another table. Before he could finish, the chubby manager interrupted him with a smile. We don't care about third young master Wong's business. In Nanshan City, everyone knew that the most useless person among the younger generation of the 3 major clans was the third young master of the Wong clan. No matter what, he was still the third young master of the Wong clan. For the sake of their own reputation, the Wong clan would not allow their young master to suffer. Therefore, when the third young master of the Wong clan bullied someone, the people of the Rising Sun restaurant would pretend that they did not see it. No, the waitress shook her head. This time, it wasn't third young master who bullied others. It was his men who were injured. The situation is very bad. What? The head shopkeeper was shocked and could no longer care about anything else. His fat body ran very fast and quickly rushed to the stairs. With a series of hurried footsteps, the head shopkeeper arrived at the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the head manager sucked in a breath of cold air. Tung Shou's eyes were faintly red, and he was holding a piece of flesh in his left hand. He stood there like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour humans. The head manager was so frightened by Tung Shou that his heart trembled, and he hastily looked to the side. The personal attendant of the third young master of the Wong clan, was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. There was a large pool of blood on the ground, and his body was also stained with blood. This is going to get out of hand. This is going to be troublesome. The head shopkeeper felt bitter in his heart. Third young master, the head shopkeeper shouted. The third young master of the Wong clan, who was used to being domineering in the past, was now flushed with anger. His hands were trembling slightly. He, the third young master of the Wong family, was looked down upon by his father. Therefore, when they were outside, the third young master of the Wong family valued his reputation even more. With his identity as the third young master of the Wong clan, who dared to disrespect him? Today, the table of people in front of him really made him angry. However, he had also sensed his opponent's terrifying strength. It didn't matter if it was the beast-like youth who was grabbing a piece of flesh. He was still sitting there, like an iceberg, cold and indifferent man. None of them were to be trifled with. Scram! The other party's angry roar still echoed in his ears. The third young master of the Wong clan wanted to fly into a rage, but he did not dare to get angry. He was worried that the other party would really kill him. Third young master, the head shopkeeper shouted again. Shopkeeper! The third young master of the Wong clan glared at him angrily and shouted. What's going on? My people came here to eat and drink, but now my people are vomiting blood and seriously injured. How does your Rising Sun restaurant do business? He was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to vent it on the strange and barbaric Tung Shan and the others. He vented his anger on the poor shopkeeper. Third young master, to be able to reach his current position. This head shopkeeper must have suffered a lot of humiliation. How could he care about this little scolding from third young Master Wang? He smiled amiably and said, "Third young master, please don't be angry. No matter what, the most important thing right now is to save people. Someone, hurry up and carry the injured to the nearest medicine shop." The medicine shop sold medicine, but it also had a doctor. Yes, two men from the restaurant had already come up and immediately carried the injured Air. How are we going to settle this? Their people injured my people. Doesn't the Rising Sun Trading Company have an explanation? Third young master of the Wang clan said coldly. At the same time, he glanced at Tung Qingshan and Tung Shou. Tung Shou was still grabbing that piece of minced meat and staring fiercely at him. This made third young master of the Wang clan fearful. At this moment, third young master of the Wang clan didn't bring many people with him, so he didn't dare to fight with Tung Qingshan and the others. He only dared to ask the Rising Sun Trading Company to intervene. Third young master of the Wang clan was very clear. Although the Rising Sun Trading Company didn't compete for hegemony, the forces they possessed were very shocking. Third young master. The head shopkeeper was slightly angry, but he still had a smile on his face. "Please sit over there. No hurry. I'll just stand there and watch how you settle this." Third young master of the Wang clan stood at the side and glanced at Tung Qingshan and the others. The Wang clan and the Rising Sun Trading Company. The two of them represented two terrifying forces. Even a Golden Dan innate expert would have to think twice before going against these two forces. Third young master of the Wang clan didn't think that the table of people before him that he hated was, of course, except for the beautiful young lady. He didn't think that the people at this table could fight against these two forces. Tung Qingshan's face darkened. Li Jun, who was at the side, also scolded coldly. "Third young master of the Wang clan, we are eating here. What does it have to do with you? You're jumping up and down like a monkey. It's really annoying." Li Jun was a high and mighty person on the god of Heaven Mountain in the Great Prairie. She was also very angry with third young master of the Wang clan's behavior. "You?" Third young master of the Wang clan's facial expression changed drastically. Bitter. The head shopkeeper felt bitter in his heart. "What's going on downstairs? It's so noisy." A dissatisfied shouts sounded. Three tall men walked down the stairs in succession. Each of them had sharp gazes and a murderous aura. They were definitely powerful experts who cultivated on the edge of life and death all year round. Third young master. Suddenly, the three of them were shocked. The soundproofing of the private room upstairs was pretty good. They only felt that it was too noisy downstairs and didn't know that third young master had arrived. "Lord, it's third young master." Someone immediately reported upstairs. "Oh." An indifferent but dignified voice sounded. Third young master of the Wang clan's expression changed slightly as he looked up. A person walked down the stairs leading to the third floor. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no facial hair. He was dressed in a luxurious black fur coat. Her gaze, which was as cold as a knife, swept across the crowd and finally landed on the shopkeeper. "Head shopkeeper, what happened here?" The head of the Wang clan asked condescendingly. The head shopkeeper immediately bowed. The head of the Wang clan was equivalent to the local emperor of a small country. He wasn't someone a hedonistic third young master could compare to. "It's like this. Third young master brought his servants to eat in the restaurant and had some conflict with the customers at this table. So, they started fighting," the head shopkeeper said concisely as he pointed at Tung Qingshan's table. Currently, the entire second floor of the restaurant was silent. The other customers who were eating did not even dare to breathe heavily and speak. After all, the person standing on the stairs was the head of the Wang clan. He was someone who could kill them with a single sentence. "Father," Air was beaten to death by them. "We just sent him to the medicine shop." Third young master of the Wang clan complained anxiously. "Father, I really didn't cause any trouble this time. I only came to invite them to drink and make friends. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. They even said that they wanted to kill me." "Stand aside," the head of the Wang clan said indifferently. "Yes." third young master of the Wong clan, didn't say anything else. However, he was very confident in his heart. This time, he really didn't do anything overboard. The only thing that he was in the wrong was that whoever used a poisonous snake to sneak attack first. However, that was whoever's decision to sneak attack. He, third young master of the Wong clan, wasn't in the wrong. In front of so many people, what kind of status did the Wong clan have? No matter what, the head of the Wong clan had to protect the Wong clan's reputation. Were you the ones who injured the members of my Wong clan? The head of the Wong clan said indifferently and condescendingly. However, Tung Qingshan's table continued to eat. Little Ping, come, this fish is not bad. Come try it. Tung Qingshan smiled and put a fish in a Little Ping's bowl. The head of the Wong clan's expression changed slightly. Tung Qingshan's table actually ignored him. The people on the first floor of the second floor of the restaurant didn't dare to make sound. All of them watched the situation carefully. They all knew that the head of the Wong clan was definitely angry. At the same time, they secretly thought that Tung Qingshan's table was really too rash and insensible. They actually dared to offend the Wong clan. Everyone. The voice of the head of the Wong clan suddenly became deep. The deep voice resounded through the second floor, as if thunder exploded beside their ears. Many customers hurriedly covered their ears as their faces turned pale. When Tung Qingshan saw Little Ping's pale face, he couldn't help but frown. He turned his head to look at the head of the Wong clan who was standing on the stairs and said indifferently, "Head of the Wong clan, you can go and ask who is right and who is wrong in this matter. Don't make a fuss here without asking whether the matter is right or wrong. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. If you want to use force, I'll accompany you." Tung Qingshan's voice was calm, but the strong confidence in his words caused the heart of the head of the Wong clan to tremble. Knowing his identity, yet he still dared to act like this. Something's wrong. The head of the Wong clan frowned. "Brother Wong, what's going on?" A familiar voice came from above. A tall and sturdy man wearing an azure leather coat walked down the stairs with an enormous machete on his back. His lightning-like gaze swept downstairs. When he saw Tung Qingshan's table, he was startled. "Brother Fu." The head of the Wong clan hastily turned his head. "Mr. Tung." The sturdy man with the enormous machete on his back rushed down the stairs in a few steps. He cupped his hands in surprise and said, "I didn't expect to see Mr. Tung here today after we parted yesterday. If I knew that Mr. was eating here, Fu Dao, would have come down a long time ago. Mr., please come upstairs. Let's have a chat. What do you think?" To a super expert like Fu Dao, who was obsessed with martial arts. In Fu Dao's eyes, Tung Qingshan, who defeated him with one move, was a super expert who lived in seclusion. To be able to defeat him with one move, this kind of strength in Fu Dao's eyes. Perhaps only experts of the martial immortal realm. No one could be his opponent. Fu Dao even believed that. Tung Qingshan was a martial immortal realm expert. After all, Fu Dao had never seen such a terrifying Golden Dan innate expert. As for martial immortals, emptiness realm, if they didn't control the power of the heavens and the earth, it would be very difficult to judge whether the person in front of them was a martial immortal realm expert or not. No matter what, it didn't matter if Tung Qingshan was invincible below the martial immortal realm, or if he was a martial immortal realm expert. He, Fu Dao, had to treat him with respect. Receiving pointers from such an expert would be very beneficial to Fu Dao. "Oh, it's Fu Dao." Tung Qingshan lifted his head and glanced at him with a smile. What a coincidence. "Mr." Fu Dao's attitude was very humble. He immediately turned his head and looked at the patriarch of the Wong clan in surprise. "Brother Wong, what's going on between you and Mr. Tung?" The patriarch of the Wong clan felt his vision blur. "Mr. Tung?" Even the world-renowned Thunderblade martial saint, Fu Dao, respectfully addressed Tung Qingshan as Mr. Tung. "What kind of person did my unfilial son offend?" The patriarch of the Wong clan felt his heart twitch. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.